/R.
Yeah. Oh, that one's going to be /R.
Well, they're both K5SRC/R is what both of them will be. Same call, both machines, because they're owned by the club. They're just on different frequency pairs. That channel 9?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
Not really. It's just a little bit of a mumble way in the background, so it's not, I wouldn't worry about it. Is that Cassie doing the? Is that Cassie doing the weather?
Yeah, yeah.
Really irritates me that they took that off, because used to, you know, that they started at 6 o'clock, like, you know, they do during the week. Because we'd always watch it at 6, because we usually leave the house on Saturday and Sunday both about 7 or just a little after.
1 2.
Testing 1 2
3 4. Roger Dodger.
Is either Mark Klein or Mark Conklin listening?
I think they're back over there in that corner.
Yeah, they're causing hate and discontent.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat breakfast.
What you having for breakfast?
Cornflake or Special K.
Oh, okay. Mr. Webb. See, he showed up. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah.
Do I guess I have to hold my space bar down to unmute it?
You don't have to. There should be an icon in the bottom left-hand corner.
Hey, there it goes. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Finally.
How you been, Ben?
I've been pretty good. How about yourself? I've been pretty good. How about yourself?
Well as can be expected for the shape I'm in. Conklin keeps walking by the camera.
Is that him with a beard?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He got fuzzy in his old age. Of course, I should talk.
Well,
Hey,
I missed out on the rain today. It was
Do what, Ben?
It was supposed to rain today.
Well, yeah, they moved it Sunday.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay, that means I have to get the fertilizer out this afternoon.
Yeah.
Was going to do it yesterday and didn't because it was supposed to yesterday because it was supposed to rain today. So now I'll do it today because it's supposed to rain tomorrow. The weather I looked at thought they only pushed it off till next Wednesday.
Isn't this meeting supposed to generate fertilizer? Isn't that? That's what I was told by Mark.
Oh, I guarantee it will generate fertilizer.
Which Mark is the problem?
Either
One
one.
that just spoke. Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
Don't I need?
Hey, Conklin.
Go ahead.
He's not on here yet.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah, he's not on here yet.
Well, you work
Okay.
He's denying any responsibility.
line.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that I'll be here till about 10.
Okay. Got it. We're going to probably have audio down in from here. So if you've got anything, put it in the chat and we'll send it to you guys on Zoom via the chat.
Okay.
Or send it back in by the chat. Very cool.
Hey,
Very cool.
Mark K, were you going to co-host me? Yes, no?
Yes, as soon as I can figure out where you are.
I'm right here.
There you go. Actually, what I'm going to do is make you the host
Okay.
because Mark is co-host over there doing his thing.
Okay.
So if you can be host dude, that would be great. There
That'd
you
be
are.
fine. Whatever you need me to do.
I was looking for your test pattern. I didn't see you switched over to the face.
It just looks like a test pattern.
Yeah.
Well, where's the Indian headdress?
Right there.
There you go.
You're now the host, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I always wondered why that was on there because
Grayscale.
was it grayscale?
Yep, and fine detail.
Well, the resolution lines in the center handle that.
Apparently not to the liking of the RCA engineers. So there's a whole history online of that test pattern, the one without, the color bars, all that stuff.
Well, I know color bars and chip charts all day long. So
yeah, unfortunately, when it makes it my profile pic, it squares it, and doesn't seem to be a way to put it in proper 4x3. So I always thought it was cool when I was a kid, but
so you don't have the bottom circles and the corner circles.
No, see,
which they use those for registration.
You bet.
Oh man.
Well, actually, not so much registration, but tube rotation.
Yeah, but when I do work Zooms and I have this up, they say, "Where's your picture?" I said, "Well, the Vidicon hasn't warmed up yet." So, and they all, because they're all younger than me, they all go, "Oh, okay."
Well, shake them up even more and tell them your Plumbicon is just now getting up.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
My dad built our first TV.
Wow.
Heath kit?
He bought a kit and he built
Heath kit.
He did everything. He put it all together.
Yep.
And I remember almost every day, every evening, he was in there looking at that test screen like that, lining everything up.
Oh yeah.
And he had a plastic cover over the tube, but you could take your finger and run it around on the tube and affect it. You could feel the static.
Yeah, what was always fun back in the day was to take a magnet and run it around. Of course, then there was the TV repair shop that would always have the big degaussing loop.
Yep.
Yeah, because of people like me, when I was a kid, it took the magnet to the color TV.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now I tell you what was interesting though. Back when I was working for Cable One many years ago. We were shooting a brand new installation of the magnetic imaging machine. God, whatever. Anyway, everything was fine. The camera didn't have any issues or whatnot, and the tape didn't have any issues. But we had a high, one of the high end portable Sony monitors, and we went to play it back, and the lady with the hospital just about gasped when she saw these weird colors, and we're going, don't worry, we get it in the other room and it'll be fine.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I worked for a TV shop, and whenever we delivered color TV, this was in the mid '60s. Part of the protocol, we had to degauss it right there where it was being placed.
Right.
And we always had to explain to the new owner what we were going to do. And most said, fine, whatever you have to do. And a couple of times we did it, took the old degaussing coil to it, and the new owner went ballistic, called the shop, said we'd ruined their television. And we explained to them, we have to do this. It'll help your TV, give you a better picture. And one lady wanted to take the TV back because she insisted it wasn't any good anymore.
The first TV I ever saw had about a 4-inch screen, 5-inch screen, and they had a series of magnifying glasses or something set up that hung on the front of that. So
Audio. Hey, we got it.
I think they're wanting to start.
That's Tom Webb. Look at that.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to hit the mute all button so that they have the, I will unmute their microphone, of course, but.
Geez, Pete.
Unmute. Do.
Good morning. I'm Mark Conklin, N7XYO. Yeah, most of you know who I am. Some don't, but that's why we do the meeting. Appreciate everybody being here. Introduce Mark Klein over there, your section manager, N58ZR. So if you don't like me, talk to him. We'll go from there. Also thank Norman Emergency Management, the Norman Fire Department for the use of facilities. We really appreciate that. Couple housekeeping, exits are there and there. Down the hall there, off to the side, you've got the potties, coffee back there, donuts back there. Mark's even got some free tchotchke back there. Some stickers and some pens, ARES stuff, it's important things like that. So I'm gonna hand out a little pad here for everybody to throw their name and call sign and their email on there. That would be a good thing. And yes, that's my pen. I'd like it back. So, but we'll kick this off. This meeting is kind of all about you and what level of participation you want to do. Did we hijack this? Oh, there we go. And what we're going to cover today is simply ARES, Oklahoma. Who are we? What do we do? EC responsibilities or the DEC responsibilities. And going to spend a lot of time on this because a lot of folks go online, look at the 14 pages of requirements and flat out freak. And number one, you're not going to have all those requirements or be able to do all that the first day. And the biggest part of that, everybody overpasses, which is the team building. Volunteers, leaders, recruitment, thank you. The point that it's all up to you. All disasters are local. Yes, you can debate, some are regional, some are, the majority, it always happens at your house. Mark's going to talk about NTS Winlink, what we're doing with that here in this state. Part of that discussion is, God, there's only like 9,000 different ways of transmitting digital messages. We're just picking one because it's got a common interface. It's called email. So we'll go on from there. And then SET planning, what we're really hoping in that is I am not going to tell you what we're doing. You all are going to help us design with what we're doing this year. It's so easy to go top down, and that doesn't really translate well. I'm really looking for information from you all. What's in your part of the world, what you think you can do. And then of course, Q&A. You may have Q, I may not have A. We'll work on trying to find those answers for you. Some of the answers is it's being worked on. Some of the other answers is, I don't know, but we'll take a shot at doing that. ARES Oklahoma, or ARES in general overview. You know, this is right out of the book. It's right off the website. Amateur radio emergency service consists of licensed amateurs who have voluntarily registered their qualifications equipment with local ARES leadership for communications duty and public service. Key point, ARES is a program of the ARRL. I get folks that want to show up, raise their hand to be a leader, but they don't want to join the league. I'm sorry, the league, it's their program. So, you know, understand that this is something that ARRL pushes. The biggest thing ARRL does is fight for your privileges. All the other stuff they do, books and education contests and blah, 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 is great. But the biggest thing they do is fight for your privileges and your ability to transmit the radio. Oklahoma, if you haven't noticed, it's a little bigger in a lot of places. Some folks just don't get that. But, you know, you've got over 69,000 square miles in the state. Oklahoma alone is bigger than all of the states that are in New England. You know, the Oklahoma City Metroplex, Canadian, Cleveland, Grady, Lincoln, Logan, McLean, and Oklahoma counties, the last census, 1.4 million. That's a bunch of people. Tulsa Metro finally got over the big 1 million number. They're very, very happy about that. You know, most of the state's population, though, is in those two MSAs, whether we like it or not. As big a state as is, most of the people are in Oklahoma City and Tulsa. The third MSA that's large is the Lawton metro area, but that's only 130,000. And the rest of us are scattered to one of the other 77 counties. By the numbers, you know, this little math, people go, how many hams are there? Well, there's 10,093. You figure about half of that on average when they do all sorts of surveys out there, various organizations, they figure about half of those folks actually turn on a radio. Registered in ARES as of this month, total of 857, which is about 5.8% active participation from amateurs in ARES. You know, active is a definition that I think the fact that you registered, they're considering it as active. And me, I don't really think that's active. Active means you're actually doing something, especially for a DEC or an EC, reporting every month. Nothing's happened, go in there, fill out the numbers, send nothing's happening, but you need to report every month. And, you know, we want to get more and more people active and more people out there participating. It's all what you make of it in your neighborhood, your part of the world. This is one thing that a lot of folks, you know, they've either saw it and thought it was cool, pretty colors, and they really didn't understand the way the state is broke down. You've got 6 regions in the state, and in that, the key to this is there's 12 different districts. And one of the things that we're going to change a little bit, the focus has been getting EC leadership in every county. Well, given our spread out wide area, that's a challenge. The big goal is to try and make sure we have a DEC in all 12. So district, so there might be a few ECs out there that somebody like me comes up and goes, hi, could you please? And then because you're in that part of the world, you're probably going to know who the other players are and who are the other people that are going to be active and can share their name and call sign with me, and we can get them appointed as an EC in their county. But it's a big thing to try and get all 12 of these positions filled. We've got maybe half in DEC, and in some of those places, there's 3 or 4 ECs there. But we need to get them, so we've got all 12. The regions, we're unique in Oklahoma where we have regions. The rest of ARES structure, I think there's only one other section that uses the regions. And I think it's down there in Texas. Because again, back to it's big. 4 corners of the state, Northeast region, Southeast region, Southwest region, Northwest region. And then the 2 metro areas, the Tulsa region, which consists of districts 7 and 8. And then districts 5 and 6 are the capital region. And that's kind of how the state's laid out. We're here to help. We're never here to take over. We're never here to be a hindrance. We're here to provide an assistance. We're a force multiplier. You're going to find some public safety agencies are going to open their arms and say, come help. And there's others that go, we got our guys. Okay. But you're going to find that there's other community folks in your town that do need help. You're going to find, how many folks in here have participated in bike rides and fun runs? And yeah, I mean, almost everybody's hand in here with that kind of activity out there. That's a big thing of what we do. Your clubs do it. Your clubs being hopefully an ARL club, are involved in the ARES program, and they're out there doing it. So there's lots of things that we do. We participate in exercises. It's back to the partnerships you have with your local public safety agencies. If they want you to help, find a way to help them. One of the things that you'll learn as you dig down and you learn more and more about emergency communications, it's about getting the message through. If we can do it on amateur radio, great. If you're working with an EM and he's got a bunch of $3,000 radios and he wants you to do it on a particular frequency, okay, you're a radio operator, help him. So those are just things that we try and do. The bike rides, fun runs, all of that are really good practice, especially if you run them like a real world event. Use tactical call signs, checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, good procedures of passing traffic and information. It's good practice for when something really happens. I'm going to pass these out. This is a primer that I wrote several years ago, and it's been published online several times. It's been published in QST magazine a couple times. And it takes all of the requirements of the EC position and expands on it. Because again, I'll tell you a little story. My grandfather, after he served in World War II in the Navy, he and another Navy buddy went out and got involved in the insurance business. And they grew from 2 guys walking the sidewalks to an insurance brokerage for Prudential, where they owned the brokerage, and they ended up having 30 agents working for him. He was a hard worker, always had something to do, very active in his local church, schools, things like that. When he retired, it kind of made him nuts. They sold the brokerage and he had to go find something to do. So he was driving school bus, and he got more and more involved in his local church. He was a deacon, he was a handy guy. So he started doing a lot of the repair work and, painting things and taking care of stuff at the church. Well, very quickly, he found out that nothing happened in that environment that didn't involve a committee. So I have at home on my desk a little brass plaque that my grandfather made and stuck on his little desk that he had down in the church. And it said, "For God so loved the world, he did not send a committee." CA Lowry. So, and that's one of the things that happens a lot of times up the food chain. You know, going up the food chain, people forget that the ARL is a corporation. It's a small corporation, $15 million a year, supported by members and donors. It's not a giant corporation, but it still functions as a business. So everything that happens up there usually comes from a committee, and then it goes to the board of directors, and they finally say, go, it's blessed, it's approved. So when they first came out with the requirements for an EC or the duties of an EC, it went through that same process. It went through committees, and then finally it went to the board of directors, and it went through a couple, 3 votes. And it looks like a couple lawyers wrote it. Well, because a couple of lawyers wrote it. And that's kind of the way that goes, those things in there. So when you look through that, and everybody kind of, I want you to take this home, read it, digest it a little bit on your own as you go on. But the biggest thing that an EC does is build a team. You as an individual cannot fulfill all the requirements on there. You know, being personally responsible for your own training is about the only thing that you can do. The rest of it is finding good people to help, always. And the easiest way to find somebody to help is when you go to your local club meetings, or you're out at your local burger burn for a club, is walk up and talk to people. Stick out your hand, introduce yourself, and say, come help. But be specific what you want them to do. And don't discount somebody's ability to help based on who or what they are. My favorite one is I had somebody go, well, I got 2 guys that are in a wheelchair. They can't do anything. I said, can they talk? Yeah. Can they write? Yeah. Can they key a mic? Yeah. Can they think? Yeah. Great. That's net control. And they were like, oh, I didn't think of that. Okay. There's a role for anybody that wants to participate and is able to participate. There's a role. You know, find that role, find that person's ability. There are some folks that you will find are technical savvy people. You know, the kind of guy you look over and go, John, we need an antenna. 3 minutes, he's in the trunk of his car, comes back, and he's got a 40-meter beam he built out of the parts in his car. Great. That's your technical specialist. You know, those folks are out there. Keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. So when we go through this, you know, you look at the organization and you look at this, you know, okay, great. It goes all the way down there. Now, when you read the primer, one of the things that you'll notice is the first part of that that's kind of in bold. It's in the regular, you know, what is it, Times New Roman font. That's the actual definition you find in the book. The part that's below that, that starts out with an asterisk and is an italicized, are the comments that I wrote, the embellishments that I did. When they're talking about an EC, you know, the word local is the most important part in that sentence, because there's nothing that somebody in Newington, Connecticut can tell you a lot about your hometown or the people that are in your hometown. And that's not a dig on Newington. That's just distance. I can't really speak too well to the folks that are, you know, out in Lawton.
Mike, can I interrupt
where
from
it
Zoom
is.
for a
I've
second?
been there, you know, been to that little base thing out there where the military blows up stuff, but, you know, really don't know the people in the ham community there in Lawton. So, you know, the EC, your primary duties is to understand your local environment and start bringing people. And when it talks about promote and enhance the activities of ARES for the benefit of the public, voluntary, non-commercial communications, that just sounds really nice. But what the heck does that mean? Most folks look at that and go, I don't, that doesn't translate. So, you know, it's one of the biggest ones on there, but promote, enhance, and grow. And it's simple: recruit, recruit, recruit. You're not out there selling services. You're trying to bring people in to participate so they know how to participate with the rest of your community. Never miss that opportunity to sit down and pull people into this. You know, Paul Teal has done a really good job in Tulsa doing that. There's probably, you know, there's what, 4 or 5 clubs that you go stick your head in the door and shake hands and, you know, drink their coffee and buy their donuts. And, you know, and it's funny. You're not going to get all of your people from one group. I would be shocked. Even the groups that go, we're only going to do emergency we're only going to do contesting. Pull people from there. There's other skills that you're going to need. Manage, coordinate training of the organization, emergency participations, interest, amateurs working to support communications, other agencies, functions designated by the section of emergency management. What? That is such a big, okay, do a whole bunch of stuff. And it really comes down to, you know, learn how to develop your span of control. As you go on, you enhance your training, you start looking at ICS 100, 200, 7, and 8. One of the things that you see in that all the time is span of control. You as an individual can really deal with about 7 people. And outside of that, thank you, Doug. Outside of that, it's really a challenge. So build that span of control, build those people around you, build those assistant leaders around you, and, you know, expand those tasks so you can start working with other people. And then you get into the next step, which is establish a viable working relationship with federal, state, city, government, private agencies in your jurisdiction area. You know, it's some agencies, when you show up and go, we're ARES and we're here to help. They're like, great, we need all the help we get in the world. There are others that like, I don't really know who you guys are. That's okay. Always starts with a cup of coffee. If they don't know who you are, spend some time with them. Help them understand what you can do. Find out what their needs are. I mean, you're going to find out, guys, you know, there are some jurisdictions out there that emergency management program is one guy. You know, you've got other folks that have a well-established program. You know, you look at Gail in there, City Moore. They kind of got it covered, you know, but does he ever turn down help? Not much. You know, if it's the right help for the right job, the right people. And that's the way most of them are. They know what they need to do, you know, but also make sure they know how to get a hold of you. They may not need your help, but there might be a local bike ride coming up that was bugging him about help. And he goes, hey, call these ham radio guys. They can provide radio checkpoints up and down your bike ride. So those are the kind of things you do. Develop a detailed operational plan. You don't have to get crazy on that. It's simply who we are, where we're going to go, what radios we're going to play with. I think Tulsa's op plan is what, 6 pages? You know, and it doesn't have to be everything, because a lot of it is the biggest thing in amateur radio a lot of times brings to any event is our flexibility. You know, if we can't operate one way, we can generally operate a different mode. You know, on bike rides, we can go to, you know, helping with the sags on the bike ride. There are other runs that all we do is stand there on the side of the road, and as they go by, call out where the first runner is. Other times where the guy is letting that control know to dial 911, it's somebody ran into a tree down here. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we can do. You know, but make sure that, you know, if you are partnered with a served agency, they're included in the plan. They have a copy of the plan. They know who you are. You know, when you look down to like number 5, establish local communications network, run regularly A lot of folks do that and they don't really realize it. You're doing your weekly net. You know, you're on the air, you're checking in with your buddies. If you're an EC or DEC, you can put that down. You know, affiliate that net with ARES and you make it a focal point. Those same frequencies and operations, if you get to a point where something goes on, like one of our very famous Oklahoma ice storms, you know, bringing that up during one of those ice storms, you'll get people checking in real quick. So just start helping to establish those things. Establish an emergency traffic communications plan. We'll talk further about that in the meeting. A lot of that communications can go over that same nets that you bring up. You can then make that a focal point. It's important for everybody to kind of understand how that goes. It's not as hard. You can do a full NTS radiogram message. It's fun to play around with those every once in a while. Sometimes in a tactical environment, just plain English works. You know, if you're starting to run that message all the way across the country and it's going to get handled multiple hands, a radiogram is a good thing. But Winlink is jumping in there to fill some of those gaps. Times of disaster, evaluate the communications needs of the jurisdiction that you're involved in and quickly respond to those needs. It's kind of, you know, I jokingly, it's the gopher mode. You know, when something happens, kind of stick your head up. There are times where an event goes on that, you know, leadership reaches out to their local EM. It may be that unless you're driving a fire truck, don't really need your help, you know, but so those are the kind of things that you want to do. Get involved with them so they know how you do. When you go down, work on other non-ARES amateur provided groups, establish mutual respect and understanding. That's simply play well with others. It's terrible that you have to put that in writing, but it is. There are folks that will form an ARES group and we're the ARES group. Okay. Go talk to the other guys, you know, play well with others, because trust me, when something really breaks, you're going to need all the help you can get. You know, go back in 2005 where we got tasked with providing communications on site at Camp Gruber when they brought up 3,000 of our closest friends from, you know, New Orleans and that area. It took 80 hams over 2 weeks to do that, because for a while there, they didn't have phones. They didn't have nothing on the post. Wasn't designed for it. Took a while to get that established, but it took bodies to do that. And it was, you know, not everybody there was ARES. We had, you know, licensed amateur that were willing to come help. And we took the help and put them to work. Work to grow your program. It's back to recruiting and finding good people. Find your local Elmers, find the people in your community that are teachers that have skills and can share with other people. That's a big part of this, is getting out there and networking. You know, within the clubs, within the community, with your EMs. Number 10, everybody take their pen, highlight this, circle it, put a star next to it, report monthly. If you're an EC or a DEC, report monthly. You got nothing to say other than there was a net once a week and 4 people got on there, report. Nothing happened, it's just you, report. Pretty clear. You know, what's funny is, again, ARES and participation in the program, you are a volunteer. So they don't like to use words like mandatory or requirements, but report every month. And how you do that, you just go on to aresok.org. Over on the right-hand side, after you log in, you pull down a tab and your monthly report is there. You click on it, it shows up, and you enter it. Yes, sir.
I noticed Tom watching on the Zoom. One of the things it does is reports to Memorial Marathon, the value of
Right.
all the ham stuff. Are these reports that people should turn in? Is that monetized somehow to show the government how much monetary help we support?
Pretty much every time the ARL has to go battle with Congress or FCC, you know, one of the things that they try and show is the value, because that's how Washington works, is the value of volunteer participation to the public. So that's a real important thing. You know, if they would have to go out and hire people to do that service, you know, how much is that going to cost? So, because trust me, there is a price on our frequencies. All of the frequencies that we use, trust me, if the ARL wasn't fighting for them, they would go. They've had to fight several times, and we lost a big chunk of our 220 band a while ago, and UPS wrote them a big check. Said the hams aren't using that, we want that. And they were going to use it to track their trucks. And then when they said, nah, we're not going to do that, we didn't get those privileges back. You know, it's just like me when I deal with my vendors. Every time they do a temporary price increase, I've been selling furniture for 40 years. I've never seen a price reduction yet. Oh, okay. The question, thank you, Paul. The question was about public safety events, the reports that are done on there as a public safety activity. Where does that go, and is that actually monetized some way? And it is. It's that money that's actually, you know, all of those values in there. Have they changed it to the volunteer hours or $15 an hour now? Or is it still $12.50 or whatever it was? Okay. Yeah. So price of inflation in burgers. But volunteer hours have a price tag. Each hour is worth X amount. And I can't remember what it was.
We just finished the Oxcom training this week, and they said 30.
Well, that's the federal government. They spend a lot of money all the time. No, I'd have to look and see what IRS. The definition is from the IRS, so it might be the $30 thing, because they're the ones that bless what that value is. And if that is, I'm curious. I'll have to go look. I have to call my CFO guy and go, Keith, because he like knows all of the stuff. But anyway, it's really important that everybody reports every month. And then above that, the regionals report, and then I send a report. And I'm fighting with the league now because they screwed up their format again, but that's okay. We'll fix that up there. We encourage everybody that wants to be an EC or a DEC to go through the level 1 certification, which is the intro to MCOM on ARL site. After a long battle, it went from $75 to free. So you can take that. Part of the prerequisite in there is ICS 100, 200, 700, 8. Those you can do on FEMA's website, their Training Institute website. They're also free, my favorite kind of price. And then there you'll see as you go along with ARES, there's more and more training requirements. But a lot of that is built off of what you find there on the FEMA website. As you go on as an EC or DEC, there's another requirement we like you to do, which is NCOM for managers, which is the EC 016. That's also on the ARL. And it's really not a course. It's kind of a list of other training things that you should do. It's FEMA's professional development track. And when you look at that, you go, what the heck? You're not going to do that in a weekend. Don't expect to do it in a weekend. Just kind of chart your course and start doing it. You'll always want to go on. Anytime you go on with FEMA site, the first thing they do now is they want you to get a student ID. Well, the good thing about having a student ID is they keep all the training records right there. They've got your transcript or when you did the course, and the fact that pretty much it's a plus or fail. You know, you never get a D in one class and a C in another. It's go or no go. So it'll have all that information there. So again, back to the 100, 200, 708. We try and keep the links on our website up to date as far as going directly to those, but you know, FEMA has too many IT guys They're always tweaking their links and their pages. The last one, recruitment of new hands. It's back to the first part. It's just keep recruiting. Recruit, recruit, recruit. Don't miss that opportunity. As a leader, EC, DC, and above, ARL require leadership is or membership is required. All your other folks in your team don't have to be. Highly encouraged too, because that little $15 million corporation needs their money. People go, well, I don't really read QST. It's not about the magazine. The magazine is a journal. It's a gift. It's cool. Look at this. Yes, they make money selling ads, but that $15 million really goes to running the corporation. So I hope that sheds a little light on, what it takes to put the program together. It is so much about everybody that's in the field and what they do. If you're a leader, when you go to club meetings, you go to club burger burns, you're going out on a bike ride, even if it's not an ARES program or something like that, be visible. Get your name badge. Get out there. The little rank tab on the bottom is something we created here in Oklahoma. Most of you, well, probably a good half of you have heard the story before. We went down to Camp Gruber. The badges were different at that time. They were your first name and then the call sign in big letters. And, so it was just Mark N7XYO on the badge and section emergency coordinator, or at the time I was regional, and nobody really knows what our titles are because they don't translate in the public safety sector. So, I had not one, but two majors from OHP pronounce my call sign as their last name, Mr. Nuzwayo, because they're trying to be polite. I was coordinating the communications out there. And, that's what my name badge said. So after a little fight with the league, we got them changed. And then the rank tab just kind of goes with your rank. If you're, an EC, you're kind of the team leader. You're like the company commander. The assistants, they got a little lieutenant bar because you're like his assistant, like most lieutenants are the company commander. As you go up, you got the major for the DEC, yellow colonel that shows up there for the regionals. You got little star. Mark's even got like 3 stars he could get or something. I don't know why hey, Kevin made those up, I think. But anyway, it actually works because I've been at several events where we participated and you see okay, and they go talk to you. So it translates to the point we're trying to get the committee up above to bless that for the nation. We'll see. These are available from signman.com. You can get the orange badge from several other providers out there that do it, but Signman's pretty squared away, gets to you quick. The only time he takes so long is if he's at a Hamfest. The name badge down there, when you go online, you go under club calls, and there's an email I send out every once in a while. It has the details on that, and I'll send it out after this. And it tells you how to get the rank tab. The volunteer badge is because there really wasn't one. Yes.
I want to mention that's Signman of Louisiana.
Okay.
Because there are Signman badges.
Yeah.
There are like 5 different badges that say the Signman.
Yeah, they call them signed. The question was that there's several folks out there that are sign man, but it's the guy that's down there in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and his website is thesignman.com. But you're right, there is a sign man and something else, but he'll have his on there, and he's got this one that we kind of took as a club badge and modified it. Instead of a club logo, put the ARES logo, Amateur Radio Emergency Communications, and kind of encourage all of your members out there. Again, same thing, do that. Have that information, get that out there. We've talked about this, and it's so critical. Getting people to come from the field. Paul, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Paul Teal, WB5 NAX. ANX. I get it right one of these days. Didn't just a while. But he's done a pretty good job of growing Tulsa. Tulsa for a while was, there's multiple clubs, and Club A and Club B didn't talk to Club C. And he's done a pretty good job of crossing the lines. Share some of the things that you've done up there to help grow your team. And we're gonna, okay, we'll grab mine. Okay. Yeah, well, because we're on Zoom. Well, that's okay. We can get you some makeup. And just some of the ideas that you've done.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Zoom.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so for Tulsa, I guess I've been in the role about less than 10 years, maybe about 10. And we've done several things. We held an NCO training class to try to build up a cadre of trusted people to run nets, because I was doing it myself every week, and that was a little exhausting. Had great response to that, and to this day, we've got a group of what I call my trusted guys, and they run the nets. And I can step in and give them relief if need be, but that really helped get a fundamental piece of this done, where, as you have articulated, we need to be communicating every week with a net. And so we do that, and it's very disciplined, and we do it every Thursday in Tulsa. We've had a number of meetings at different clubs where I go around and tell the story. So that's just being a communicator and telling the story of what is ARES and what do we do in Tulsa County. I meet with all of my colleagues in the collar counties. Mike's here from Creek County, and so we have a great relationship with all the guys in the various counties. We get together on Zoom and just have conversations about our plans and how we're going to respond should there be a call for help. I developed a frequency coordination plan, which now, having been through Oxcom, needs to be severely revised, but was one of those ideas with, okay, if we're going to have shelter communications, the EOC, and a weather thing, and some guys on the hospital net all at the same time, we can't all talk on the same repeater. So what frequency we're going to use? So it was kind of a frequency coordination plan with both A and B. If A fails, where do you go? And if that fails, where do you go on simplex? And it's all mapped out so nobody steps on anybody. We've done a couple of simulated emergency tests where everybody checks in on a resource net and they get their assignment from there. And so that's something we've kind of built a little discipline around. And then we had a hospital net that we've been working with the hospitals through the years, which really carried on something that was started before me. It's now gotten into weirdness because of, COVID, but hopefully we get that fixed in the future. And then finally, I have an outstanding relationship with my lead agency, which is Tulsa Area Emergency Management. They're a group of hams. We get along famously. There's a core group of people and we work on stuff together. We have a repeater. I mean, we can get techie and we have fun together, and I don't know, just builds great relationships that are so important in this whole thing.
So did it happen overnight?
Question was, did it happen overnight? And no, because I've been working on it for like 10 years and I feel like I'm just getting started.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. And that's part of the point. It never stops. I get folks that get appointed as the EC and they find an assistant or two, and they find three guys and they start meeting at a coffee shop, and they sketch out a plan and they're like, okay, we're done. No, you're not. It's an every day, every month thing. It's why you report monthly. And there's one of the things that in the state plan, there's not really a hardcore requirement. There's you should get together. You should have meetings. You should pull your leaders together. And there's been discussion do we change that to a requirement? And, maybe we need to, but use the tools that are there. Zoom is there. Y'all don't have to go drag across town to go to a coffee shop, or if you're lucky, an EOC here or the meeting room at a local library. Get on Zoom. It's a good deal. It's a good tool, and it's in our budget, free. We like Zoom because it's cheap. I was going to pick on. Go ahead.
Well, before we get to the video,
I will.
I want to go back to one of the comments from your document about training and training requirements.
Okay. He wants to go back to the document and the question about training and training requirements. Go ahead.
So, fairly major revision to ARES a couple of years ago yielded this level 1, 2, and 3. Simple question is, what do you foresee in the next near term? Call that a couple of years, maybe 3. Are we sticking with level 1, 2, and 3? Is Oklahoma staying that way regardless of what the nation does? Is it up to the local guy to do it? Where are we on training requirements vis-a-vis the 1, 2, 3?
I'll give you my answer.
Repeat the question.
The question was, a couple of years ago, National ARL and the Public Safety Committee kicked out training requirements that had 3 different levels based on, what your prerequisites are, what level of training you had. Are we staying with that here in Oklahoma? The answer is whatever the committee does going forward, because there's lots of confusion there. Some of that was arbitrary requirement, that it really wasn't blessed by anybody other than the people that were in the room, or it wasn't discussed. Coming up with a task book that is very similar to what you see for ComL, ComT, AuxCom, all of those skill sets, something that's recognizable to our partners, is something that is going to come down the pike. Right. But it's going to come down the pike where it's got more input from our partners around the country. There's some folks from FEMA and the Office of Emergency Communications that are providing some input there, as well as the amateur community. Because the last thing you want to do is put requirements in there that Joe Ham isn't going to be able to accomplish. Why? Because he's raising a family and going to work. So they really have to look at those requirements and go, these are volunteers we're dealing with.
So how much should us, you're an EC in Oklahoma, how hard do we push the task book? How much should we push the requirements for training?
It's back to one of these. I'll give you my answer, not at the leagues. Paul's question was, as an EC, how hard should we be pushing these requirements? And I was going to answer it with my answer, not the ARL's or the Public Safety Committee's answer, because my answer is there is no one size fits all solution. I think some of it you're going to have to be judicious. You're going to have fine people that will do an outstanding job in one slot. I gave you my example of a gentleman that's sitting at home, net control, handicapped, doesn't leave the house, but does an outstanding job in net control. Does he need to still have an understanding of ICS 100, 200, 7, and 8? Yes. Some of the other stuff that was in that task book, is it not needed for him? If he wants to do it, great. But to make it a flat out requirement, it may not be needed. But that's my answer, because I know there's folks up the food chain that would like to, say one size fits all, here's down the list. And I just don't, I've been doing this a while. I just don't see that happening because, and as a volunteer, you're in a volunteer organization, feel free to leave at any time. And that's the reality of it. You get people to come help. Okay. make sure that they can do the job that you assign them to. And if there's training that goes with that job, make sure that they can complete that. But if they end up being a single task job, okay, long as they can do that job, you as a leader in Oklahoma, you're going to have that latitude to go, Dave's net control. That's what Dave does. And, you know, okay. Because look at the diversity in this room. Not everybody, you know, I can give Gerald anything digital and tell him to figure out a message, a way to get it there, and he'll do it. Same thing with Jeff back there. Jeff will geek out on anything that's tied to a computer, go out to his car, build you one. I mean, you know, he's sitting there laughing, but it's true. You know, there's folks like that. You know, and there's other folks that you know, when it comes to you know, building a group, getting people together and putting folks together, excel at that, but they're crappy on the air.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is no forecasted big change to that.
I hope not.
And we can keep pressing forward.
Yes.
We see fit
In your county, you know your people. Encourage the training, try and get people trained. Certainly the basic elements everybody should hit. And above that, look at the skill sets and what they're doing. One size fits all solution. I mean, it doesn't work in Washington.
Yeah, anybody with gray hair knows that if you put out a list, you must do all of this, it becomes a punch list. Oh, that, and it comes paper okay and not real world okay.
The comment was that, you know, anybody with gray hair sees a list of requirements, it becomes a punch list. People very quickly can check down on it and realize that, yeah, it's, you know, everybody just checks off on it and may not have the skill set, just, you know, can paper whip it. Done.
The possible source for recruits for you, you have to develop is your local civil air patrol squad.
Yeah.
Their radio operators are going to come to you with 100, 200, 700, 800, about 50% of them come with 300 or 400. Their communications is being restructured more in line with the FEMA qualifications and the Air Force qualifications. Now, you may have to get qualified as ham radio operator, but that's not hard to do.
Yeah.
So their pro communications program teaches you how to use radios, but not a whole lot of theory. The ham radio program teaches you a whole lot about theory, not a whole lot about how to operate. A lot of those radio operators are under the age of 70.
Hey, Mark. Yeah, Don was saying that one of the resources for folks out there to participate with the organization, may be able to help, is local civil air patrol groups. All of those young folks have got 100, 200, 7, and 8 as a requirement the Air Force puts on them. A lot of those guys like to play with radios. They're kind of geeky. They like to play airplanes too. Might help you build a repeater that flies in circles. We had one of those in Arizona. It was very handy. But that's a good resource to reach out to.
I can give you one example of having a problem with the checklist, like the books, task books that they have in Alcon. When the gentleman I worked with in New Mexico, he works with one of the EOCs out here, county EOCs in Mexico. It's completed on his task book, but his problem is he can't get a official from the emergency management in Mexico to sign his task book. They don't like the program, so they won't sign his task book. So he can't get approved as an OCCON.
Yeah.
Because of the local officials.
Yeah. Well, the task book that we're talking about, Gerald said one of the challenges is when you do some of the training task books out there actually want an official to sign off. The one with it and ARES, it's going to direct you back towards your EC and your DEC. That's one of the things is, you know, we're looking at what training do our partners like to see? What do they need to see? And then make sure that it's all done within the ARES chain. I'm gonna play a video that's here. Do I need to escape out of this? Just would normally?
Yep.
I don't want to kill your Zoom or nothing.
No, no, no. We'll need to probably, you got audio in there?
Yeah, we can just throw the mic up here.
Okay. You're good, then.
Okay. Bear with us. We had to change our plan of operation this morning, but hey. Uh-oh.
That's what we do. Here, let me get this and you can use your hand.
Good. Yeah, we only got 12 windows open. Let's see.
Hey,
This
Mark,
is kind of
Mark,
what
can you hear
do
me?
as an ARES leader. See if we can get it to play here.
This man right here is my great grandfather. He's the first cat herder in our family. Herding cats. Don't let anybody tell you it's easy. Anybody can herd cattle. Holding together 10,000 half wild short hairs. Well, that's another thing altogether. Being a cat herder is probably about the toughest thing I think I've ever done.
I got this one this morning right here. And if you look at his face, it is ripped to shreds,
You see the movies, you hear the stories, I'm living a dream. Not everyone can do what we do.
I wouldn't do nothing else.
It ain't an easy job, but when you bring a herd into town and you ain't lost to one of them, ain't a feeling like it in the world.
Oh, it's still coming through. Paul worked in that industry. He knows. So did I. But anyway, why don't we take about a 10-15 minute break, be back in here about 10 after 10. And
can you all hear
go
me
from
on the Zoom channel there? Hello, come in. Hello.
$19 an hour. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me here?
Let's take a break.
No, no one can hear me.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can, but they can't hear me. I'm trying to find out if what's posted on the ARES OK website is what they're all referring to locally there. And I'm not getting anywhere.
Yes, the checklist he was talking about is actually at this URL here.
Howdy.
That has the 1 to 10 that he was talking about.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, wanted to look at that. Yes, very good. Yeah, I posted part of that URL earlier, but I didn't know if that had the exact document that was handed out, and I think it probably does. But okay, thank you. And I muted everybody, but you have the ability to unmute should you choose to, as Zolan has already figured out. Well, now you do anyway. No, I clicked the button wrong. Allow participants to unmute themselves. There we go.
And Zoom should have actually flipped over to my name, which Jason, by the way.
Ah, yes. I thought it was Zolan.
Zolan's what I use normally online, but with the ARES stuff and everything else, it's better to use my actual name.
All right, fine. But your call sign is Zolan backwards.
That is correct.
Oh my. I did Mark, the other Mark was looking for a sign-in sheet. I have pulled everybody's name and most people's call sign, and I've put that in a text file for later transmission to headquarters there. If I can find that. I am missing Ben Joplin's call sign and Mike Harris's call sign. But otherwise I got everybody's name and call sign, so.
My call sign is KF5RKS.
Okay, now if I can find where I had my notepad here. KF5 RKS.
Yeah.
Romeo Kilo Sierra. Very good. I have added that to the list. Thank you, sir.
It's under Joe M. Harris. So you can look it up.
Aha.
But I'll answer to Mike a lot quicker than I will Joe.
I have met many, many, many amateurs who go by their middle name. More so than in regular life.
Well, actually it's Joe Michael, but I settle for Mike. So
Fine by me. I've got you down.
thank you. I tried to write it and put it on the video, but it came out backwards. So
well, yeah.
I'd have to write it backwards and then display it. So
I've been using Zoom almost every day for, well, going on 2 years, and some stuff is still kind of confusing.
So if you click the little up arrow next to where it says video, stop video or whatever, and go to video settings, you can uncheck mirror my video, and then you won't have to write it backwards.
okay. Well, I'm sort of new at this game. So this video game. So
I use OBS quite often because I do a lot of online streaming, and
that's how I have all my junk on the screen here is OBS.
Yeah, problem is my junk on the screen is a little unprofessional.
Well,
it's work safe. It's just not professional looking.
Yeah, I have different. Once I figured out scenes, because now this has got my Mystery Science
MSTK.
Theater Boys. Yeah, yep. So yeah, but I usually use this one for radio stuff. So. And if I had more than a Core i3, I would throw more things up there, but it gets pretty crunchy when I try to do that. So
now what was it you said to do again?
So click on the little up. So you have the mute button there, and you have mine says start video. Yours probably says stop video. And there's a little tiny arrow next to that. Click that little up arrow, the caret, and then click on video settings. And then uncheck mirror my video.
Okay.
And now anything you write won't be backwards.
All right. Let's try that. Let me try that.
I think we probably would have seen it right way around anyway, because it mirrors it for the operator and it doesn't necessarily mirror it for the other people. But as I said, going on 2 years with Zoom almost every day, and I still am confused by some stuff. So don't feel bad.
Yeah, that's it right there.
There you go. Complete with the $sign. Got it. I'll amend my list with the $sign.
My S's look like 5s. So that's why I draw a line through the S. So
understand.
Now, how can we get a copy of that handout that they had?
It is on the ARES OK website, which is in the chat window, which you may not have open. Let me do this.
My wife does Zoom meetings on genealogical stuff, and they send her a copy or the handouts to print out.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you go to aresok.org, you should be able to see my screen now.
Yeah.
This is where all the stuff lives. If you click on training, resources.
The checklist is actually under roles.
The checklist is under roles. Thank you.
And it was the district roles.
District roles.
So third one down on the right.
Yep. Okay.
Or sorry, county roles. My apologies. And there's EC. Or hang on, it's hard to see on your screen. Okay,
I understand. So that was the list they were going through with there's actually 12 points here. That's there. Yeah, also is the manuals, and I don't have confirmation yet, but I think it's right that one of these is what was handed out today. And you can download these PDFs and print them out. There's a doc version, a Microsoft Word version of the state section plan. I've been trying to get Mark Klein's attention to find out if, because he maintains all this web stuff, make sure that we're all looking at the same piece of paper, but or bits on the screen as the case may be. But I'm going to stop that share now. I've released that, and they'll have to turn back on their share when they're ready.
Well, now you're full screen on their screen, so you might be able to get their attention easier.
Gallery. Ben Joplin, what is your call sign? I don't have you listed as with a call sign.
Ben, you'll need to click the little mute unmute button.
Whiskey, Bravo 5, Victor, Sierra, Tango.
VST, got it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hey, there's Mark.
Yeah, there's Mark. Can you hear us? Probably not.
I've been sending text messages to Paul Teal.
Okay.
If I want Mark's attention, I'll ask Paul to get it for me.
N58ZR from N5UWY.
He's muted.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to work it. He's not good with this technology stuff.
I had too many screens up and open. I heard every bad word you said about me.
Can you confirm that the handout that was given out is on the website of it? We've already shared the website on the chat window, but I want to make sure that I would actually like to post the direct URL to the document that was handed out.
I don't know that answer. Let me go. That's a good question. Let me go look.
Because there are a number of manuals and plans and stuff there, but I don't know if it's the same one that was handed out.
Stand by.
I'm going to sit if it's okay.
Well, I'm going to we'll use the restroom real quick.
Understood. Don't take the camera with you, please.
Just as important, put yourself on mute.
Yeah, he did.
He's on. Sorry.
Is he talking to us?
I don't know if he thinks he is. He's muted.
Lloyd Colston there looks like his video froze.
It's just he's got a still picture up. We have a guy at work that he has a still picture of him doing this sort of thing as if he's really paying attention, except he's not. Nod your head if you can hear us, Mark Klein. Okay.
I'm listening for every bad word you have.
All right.
We got it. We're trying to find it. He said it's on the ARRL site, and we're trying to find all that goodness. Yeah, he said we'll you get a copy to me. We'll put it on ours. But
Because I'd like to, if you can give me the ARRL.org thing, I would like to post that in our chat window here so folks can pull it down and look at it.
What your email address is n5uwi@gmail or no?
ARRL.net. I'm a league member, so.
Let me just scan it to you, and you can do whatever you want with it. Hang on.
You can't find the soft copy? Oh man. Oh, Mark. He's gonna throw that in the scanner at the Firehouse. He's gonna email it to me. Oh.
And you might get it before the meeting's done, because I've sent myself something to my ARRL.net email and still haven't received it.
Well, we shall see. For those that are just joining us, we are in a break at the Firehouse there. And we'll return after these important messages.
Hey, Peter.
Sir.
I talked to Conklin about having somebody monitor the chat.
Okay, good.
Because there were a couple of questions and comments and whatnot that nobody ever picked up on. Plus,
right,
you were trying to, get their attention. And if nothing else, you might, you can run it through the chat, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes. Yes.
So I will be exiting here shortly. So
okay.
Have to go over to my wife's baby brother's house, and we're going to watch the football game of that university that's 86 miles south of here, and the real gift.
The farm school up in Stillwater?
No, it's that other one.
The other one. I don't.
Yeah, that whose colors are dingy red and dingy white.
Ah, those ones. Yes. Yes.
In my first marriage, one of my wife's relatives lived down there, and he said, I had graduated from UCO. He said, do you want a master's from OU? And I said, I'm not that good. I can't do it. And he said, I didn't ask you about that. I wanted you to know, do you want one?
Yeah, my comment was always the difference between OU and OSU was 80.
Okay, we're gonna
degree.
Get this back going.
I probably should have said yes and got it.
If everybody find a seat. One of the questions that came up during the break was the handout that I did, the primer. So you're now the ARES emergency coordinator. Now what? Where can you find that? We'll post it on aresok.org. Also, if you go search on ARL and QST, I can't remember the month, but if you go look into the QST search, you'll find it too. But we'll actually post a PDF of this online. We'll give that to our head technology guy over there in charge and get it put on there. Magic and stuff like that. So the important part of this meeting, first of all, was the first hour helpful?
Yes.
Good. Because it's every time you sit down to put one of these together, you go, okay, what do I need to share? What message are we trying to get across? What are we trying to do? But the biggest thing is you can help. I mean, everything that we do comes from the field, comes from the individual down there. When you go out there and participate as ARES, one of the things you need to do is kind of look sharp, be sharp. If you've been to any of my presentations, you've seen, Larry and Club there. They may be the world's most technologically smart people and the world's best communicators, but your public safety agencies and your other partner agencies, they scare the shit out of them. The guy that shows up with 6 handy-talkies, 2 headsets and a helmet with a rotating light, it may be awful fun at a ham fest, but your local fire chief just goes, oh dear Lord. Even though that guy can go out to his car and build you a satellite launching network, he can do it all. Be professional. ARES likes the ARES hat, whether it's the glow in the dark version or the blue one or the vest. Coming down the pipeline, they're going to kind of change the color away from the blue shirts to a tan. Nobody listens to me because I'm like, you pick a color shirt, there's a public safety agency wearing it out there. I mean, the excuse to go to tan is because some people wear the light blue. Okay. And then they were dark blue before. Well, some other agencies wear dark, firemen wear dark. We're not those guys. We're radios. We do radio. We're radio communicators. That's it. But the color of the shirt's not important. Professionalism is. Especially when you're in the public. What we're doing at a ham fest, what you're doing at the local burger burn, rock on, have fun, go as crazy as you want. But when you're out there providing communications, a local bike ride, either as a local club or as ARES, look the part, look like you're a pro, be a pro. It's really important. In the law enforcement world, the reason they wear a uniform is called command presence. In the firefighting world, it's because you have to tell those boys what to wear. No.
Wow.
I love firefighters. They come to your house, rip out the kitchen stove, throw it in the backyard, flood your house, and we give them a hug. What the hell? So, yeah. So, I have lots of firefighter friends. They mow my yard. No, they do.
Wow.
Hey, when I had surgery a couple of years old, my wife calls, there's guys over here mowing the yard. Yes. Anyway, this is the ARES vest. I like the vest that Ham Threads has. It's a little heavier quality. It's got more pockets. ARL has improved theirs. They used to have a really cheesy one that I flat out told people do not buy. They've improved the one that they have on the shop now. They still have a cheap one for like, what, $9 or something? Don't buy that. That's junk. It's really a bad one. But the one Ham Threads, it's just like the ones that emergency management and law enforcement, all those folks use. It's got mic tabs on them, big pockets. You can put stuff in the pockets, doesn't rip through. It'll support weight, doesn't list to one side. So it's a good looking vest. And they're high vis. If you're working near a roadway, you're flat out required to be high vis. So don't make it an issue. Go out there and be a pro. All events are local. This is, somebody like Galen here is well aware of that. You know, when the tornado comes ripping up the road and goes through 3 other cities on the way to his, the incident that is closest and near dear to his heart is first, how close was it to his house? And the next one is, what do I need to do in the city more? It's always that way. You know, there's rarely something, especially in the world of ARES, that, you know, I can do from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, for somebody that's doing something or more. We might be there the next night if the state asks for help, or, you know, those kind of things. But everything that you need to do and plan for is your community or your districts. Know what's going on in your part of the world. Know who your players are. Know who your clubs are. You know, if you're asked to step up as a DEC, start looking around at who the other clubs and other players are and start developing the teams. You know, it's up to you, and everything happens in your part of the world. It's local. There's no other way around it. Okay, we're gonna stick Mark in here. He just went, oh, now? Yes, that's why it says Mark Klein. Mark's gonna jump up here. He is your Oklahoma section manager, and he's also gonna talk a little bit about NTS Winlink. For those that don't know, NTS National Traffic System. It's been around there forever. They're the folks that like to use the radiogram to actually pass a formal message up and down the food chain around the country. And as we all know, technology is jumping on that. And in Oklahoma, we're kind of sticking a stick in the ground and planning a standard, because there's only like 8,000 different ways to send digital messages now. We're picking one. The only reason we've picked Winlink is because of that common email interface. If you do email, which dang near everybody in this room does, you're 3/4 the way to being able to operate, RMS, what is it? The RMS system, radio, yeah, RMS Express, which is radio system mail. It's pretty simple. You can do it via radio. You can do it via internet. And I'm going to turn it over to Mark and let him talk about it. Oh, I need to leave this little lovely microphone goober up here.
I can just whisper, you can read my lips.
Yeah, that'll work.
Don't need the USB. Greetings and hallucinations. That's the right way to say that. There we go. Got some audio coming through. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all showing up and being here. It's so cool to see a big group. I know when we set this up, we were hoping that we'd have more than 3 of us show up. And I think we got 20 some on the internet and about 30 in this room. So very cool to see. I passed out there. I think Mark's gonna have to make a couple more copies, because I didn't think that that we have a big enough crowd. I put a link on the Zoom chat, and it's ok.arrl.org/NTS. And this same document that we have here is available for you to pull up on the big interwebs. But yes, as Mark said, we've done one of the things I took when I took over was looked at NTS. I've been doing emergency communications since 1985. And every time I do a net, the first part is there any formal emergency or priority traffic for the net? And I always closed and winced, because I didn't know where to send a message if I got a formal message showing up. So for 35 years, I went, don't know where to go. I've been pushing NTS since I've been involved here in the last 6 months. And we've got 3 real ways of doing NTS in Oklahoma. We've got the traditional NTS are the folks that have been doing phone systems, CW systems, and passing traffic in that manner and doing a good job. The problem is that as we move forward, those phone nets are typically run on 80 meters and require a large antenna, which none of our folks in town, if you look at all the new members, they're all coming in in town. They don't have the big, large lots. I've got 10 acres. I can put up a 570-foot loop and life is good. Paul just laughed at me. You don't have 500. You have a little less than that? Okay. And the second thing is that from all the operators I've talked to, that they say 800 watts is a good number to use the power that's required to make that happen. Now, I don't know about your emergency communication systems. 800 watts is a little extraneous for my generator and battery operations. So that was one thing, was to go look at that. The folks on those nets said, we need more people to help. We need more people to come and get involved. They say that in 2 years, if we don't get anybody new, they're not going to be there for one or two reasons. One is they've retired, and one is they've really retired. They're looking for folks to come help that piece. The first piece on this handout that I gave is an NTS overview. I'm going to say most of you here hopefully have a good idea of what National Traffic System is. It was started in the 50s to move traffic. The goal was to move traffic from east to west coast in 24 hours. That was the goal when it was set up. I don't know how accurate that is today, but we try to move it across the country. I have a great number of links listed on that page that are what I've used to educate myself again with NTS, and really to get the new nomenclature and the new wording. The Wikipedia has a great article on National Traffic System. The League has a really good page on their National Traffic System page. And when you are really having a hard time getting to sleep at night, the third link is an NTS MPG. And of course, that means Management Protocol Guideline. I didn't know that. That document is 484 pages, and it covers anything that can happen in National Traffic System. They have everything documented. So if you ever have a question, that's your reference to go to. Shows how it works, where the messages come in, where they leave, all that good stuff. It does not tell you, and I'll use Mark's terms, local, local, local. It doesn't tell you how to get onto the net in a local manner. Who here knows, if I said, we'll cheat, go to the back page, here's a radiogram that Mark was talking about. Who knows how to get one of those started and gone? About half. Okay. Yeah, you cheat. You're on the net. You're a good man. We got lots of guys that are on those nets. The problem is, how do you get going? And they don't talk about anything local. And that's what we're going to work on, is try to get a local presence so we can document how do you find your NTS resident person in your area. Don't have that yet. It's going to be on the website. RadioRelay.org is a group that is one of the independents. 7290 TrafficNet is one of the independents. There are other nets. Anybody involved with some other ones? Salvation Army was a deal. I don't know if they've split that off to the new one. There are 2 or 3 other options in that one. But Radio Relay and 7290 are the backbones, the independent backbones that our people send stuff to. Clay, are you involved in 1 or 2 of those?
Yeah, 7290.
Clay works with the 7290 net and the Texas Traffic Net. But those 2 have some really good information. RadioRelay.org is folks that do multimodal pieces. They come in digital, they go out analog. 7290 has been around since 1953, and they run a traffic net twice a day in non-emergency times, and they're there. I know I've sent and received messages through them a bunch, and it works out well. More training pieces are listed below. Harold Melton's got a good piece. 7290, Joanne has a great set of training. So if you're wanting to get more things, there's videos that she's run the audio off of one of her nets, and she could go through every kind of piece. So if you're looking to get involved in that, that's a great way to do it. One of my favorites is the new one is on the bottom, ntstrivia.com, which is Aaron out of North Texas. He has a weekly trivia, net trivia. So you send a message back every week. He asks a question on the internet, and you're supposed to respond over NTS. So you send a message back to Aaron, properly formatted, and you say October 13th, answer is Yellowstone. And he'd asked about a certain park in the West, and the answer was Yellowstone. So he's got little cool things that you go look at. I think the last one was, why do pigs wallow in the mud? And I always said, I always do it because it cools you off. And apparently that's the right answer. So NTS trivia is a good way to do it. There's some other neat things out there. Kentucky, American Legion Group in Kentucky has a piece that you can get involved in. There's a Winlink Wednesdays. There's all kinds of neat stuff out there. We'll explore further. All of this will be talked about in greater detail in Enid in November 6th when we're up there at the Enid Hamfestorama. And we will go into a lot more detail on that. So we have we have really three main groups in Oklahoma that are providing NTS pieces. The phone CW nets, which I talked about before, the ones that take the larger network, been around forever and they do a great job. If you're interested in getting involved, page 3 has those listed, the Oklahoma ones listed for the times and the frequencies. And the names and the call signs of the people involved. So if you want to get involved, you can chase those out. On the bottom, there's the Texas Traffic Net, the 7290 net, and the Texas Slow CW net. All three of those are good ways to go get involved in that traffic piece. Still active, still viable, still doing their thing. The second group that we have in Oklahoma are the local nets. We've got a lot of local nets. Peter Laws, N5UWY, did a lot of great work on researching all of the nets in Oklahoma. The link is on the document, aresok.org/nets.
And he needs to finish that project.
The nets that are out there available. Some of them are ARES nets, some of them are traffic nets. If you're wanting to pass traffic, it'd be a good idea to have your local net figure out how to get a message from your local net to the NTS system. It'd be a good idea to get your people involved in receiving messages on the NTS, on those messages. So if you let either the Winlink folks or the phone folks know, hey, we're running a Cleveland County net and these people typically check into our net, we'll take traffic for them. That would be a good way to pull it up on a UHF, VHF message. On a mega scale, we've got some of the folks from Tulsa here that can probably do a lot more details if you're looking for something, is the Tulsa Superlink Traffic Net. That is an integrated linking system of 8 million. I don't know how many repeaters are involved. Anybody have an idea? 17, 18 repeaters. Then they say it's 50,000 square miles, and it's the entire area that Tulsa's weather service serves. Those 50,000 square miles are picked up or can pick up messages and drop them off there. They also do a Thursday night net where they're either passing, sending, receiving, or training on traffic. And Paul's nodding like that happens well. I know Mark Vassell was pushing that hard. I know Mike's one of the liaisons, and Jeff's one of the other liaisons. He's nodding, so they're both nodding, so that's good. More of that information is listed on that piece. Again, more of this we'll go more detail in Enid on all of that stuff. So those are the local traffic nets. If you want to get your traffic net, your local net, give them a task or something to do, find out where you can send or receive messages to your local folks. That would be a really cool thing to do. Mark hinted that that our story is that we now have NTS over Winlink. How many people here run Winlink? Ooh, good. I have built some tactical mailboxes on Winlink, and we have gotten a core group of people together to actually process the Winlink messages in and out of the state. The Radio Relay International folks can send messages to us at tactical mailbox of NTS OK is our tactical mailbox. 7290 can send information up and we can send back out that same way. Jeff, how long have you had that gateway up and running? Oh, so only 8 years you've been doing that. 9 years. Oh yeah, it was 2021. I skipped 2020. That didn't happen. So you've only been doing that 9 years. Yeah. So you're just about to get good at it. Have you figured out that, I know earlier we said the words RMS, and we figured out that we don't use the word RMS anymore. It's now Winlink Express. Yeah. If you're a Winlink person and you've slept for 6
Royal
months or
Mail
more,
ship?
everything has changed. It has, the wording has changed. Not, strategically, everything's the same. It's vocabulary that's the big thing. Winlink Express is now the client. That made sense because they had RMS, which were the servers, and they had RMS Express, which was the client. And I was lost and I thought I knew what I was doing. So all of the changes in the last 6 months have been really good. Have you seen any bad ones, Jeff? Big bad ones?
There were a couple of forms that put out that had problems with, but what I'll say to that is the teams responded very quickly to the problems. They had a couple of forms that if you open them up, certain web browsers would expose you to viruses.
Oh,
And
that's really bad.
And we realized that I sent a report in and within 24 hours turned around and fixed it quickly when there was a problem.
Jeff says there was a couple forms on there that would open up a web browser and expose you to a virus, and that's bad. So apparently they've got those fixed, and they were very responsive. They are very responsive. I've spent a lot of time on with Steve Waterman, the guy that's in charge of that whole thing. They have a very good system. The quick version is the backbone runs over the internet, but the backbone is all hosted in Amazon servers, multiple servers. They have been running that method since 2003, I think is the date. And they have exceeded 99.9% uptime every year since then. And that includes when they had 4 servers running in 4 guys' basements up until the 2017 timeframe. So it's now run bulletproof on all the Amazon stuff. They have a separate server in San Diego that is off of the Amazon system, that if Amazon goes totally to pot, they're still up and running. So it's a good system. What we're seeing going forward is that's the way to go. How many here, we raised our hands on who knew how to get their traffic person. How many here do FT8, PSK31, that kind of digital stuff? Yeah, okay. If you do any of those things, you are already got the hardware up and running to do Winlink. It's a matter of loading up software and taking it off and run. I have a full document on setting all that up that's available. If you want to send me a message, it will be publicized after November 6th. But the nifty thing about this, the whole big picture story, is that we've been testing this now for 6 months on an active basis. And Ed Hatch, AG5DV here in town, has been my guinea pig because he has a very small lot in center of Norman, high RF noise factor, very tiny lot. And while he has an 80-meter antenna out there, he can't get on any of the voice nets, but he has used, his current setup is a $150 antennas for less loop antenna, his 705 portable ICOM system, and a laptop and a battery to run the high power radio, the high power. 9 watts out of the ICOM 705, and he is consistently hitting Jeff's station in Tulsa area. 9 watts with a tiny little antenna that he puts on a tripod. So for the emergency management folks, you have a self-contained thing you can carry in 2 hands, and you're up and running with 9 watts of radio power. For fun, yeah, he's weird. For fun, he decided to take the whole system and put it in the front yard and see what it would take. And from the time he thought of this idea to the time he was up and running, sending a message to Jeff's station or others, was 17 minutes. So the time he walked now. He wasn't doing a race. He didn't have it organized. He just thought, I'll try this. So literally in 17 minutes, he was up and running, sending Winlink messages. That was on 80 meter to Jeff. Yeah. Now we also have had very good luck. I've got access to all the Winlink data. They've given me all their transactional data, and I'm looking at how many miles each hop is going. 80 meters looks like it's going pretty flat from 100, 200, and 300 kilometers. So if you're trying to get 300 kilometers or less, 80 meters is taking care of 60% of all the traffic. And this will all be on the other document that on 80 meters. 40 meters has been the workhorse. It typically runs from 450 to 750 kilometers is where that one, the sweet spot is there. 600 kilometers is the actual sweet spot, but the 100 plus and minus that are doing really, really well on that. The central part of the state, and I don't know what Tulsa, I'll see if Jeff has an answer on Tulsa. We have had very good luck with a station out of Collinsville, Illinois, Iowa, and Colorado, and Austin. Jeff, yeah. Does that work for you in Tulsa?
Basically, like what you talked about with 80 meters being a local band, very true. During the day, if you want to get higher data rates, you go 40 meters, and there's a sweet spot from 11 o'clock in the morning to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where 40 meters is a fairly local band. After that point, you go really long, and you're not going to hit local what have you. Those distances actually are lower during the daytime than what you're quoting there. But you can get a higher data rate for that than you can on 80. 80 is open 24 hours a day, and you can make connections, but during the day, you'll drop down quite a bit of data rate because the noise in the band goes up because you've got all fluorescent lights and everything creating interference, and you've also got a band that's not optimized for contact. So
yep.
40 is really
the sweet
time from 11 to 3.
He says 40 is sweet from 11 to 3. 80 is a little noisy during the day. We have been trying, we've still been able to make 40 meter contacts 24 hours a day. Make it happen to Illinois, to those 4 stations. Yes, sir. I use an NVIS antenna, NVIS dipoles, and have had similar experiences on dipole, NVIS dipole stuff. Yeah, and that gets you the closer in stuff.
We actually did testing in Southeast Oklahoma where I actually did the park down the node itself. So is that like cross dipole? Yeah.
The statement was that the 8040 Jeff's 8040 in Tulsa area is on NVIS antennas, and they did a park setup that had very good luck on NVIS. So I don't know, Gerald.
If you're looking for another station, it's easy to hit. Usually it's N5T in Texas. It's always the best.
Where's he out of?
He's got around Houston.
Houston, N5TM. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. N5TM out of Tulsa, out of Houston. Our goal there is to get like 4 stations. The goal is to kind of get out a little bit farther, get out of the state. If there is a disaster in the area, we want to be able to get out and get the messages gone. Winlink has the option that we can go straight to an email address. So if one of your served agencies needs to get out a message to a FEMA address or to somewhere else, you can send a Winlink address. You can send it to fred@fema.gov and it will go out that way as well. Jeff's got a script.
One thing I want to add in here is because we're talking infrastructure here, and we always have to assume the very worst thing could possibly happen there, and that is probably totally lost internet and totally lost power, and all these things happened right there. And a statement was made about a week ago by somebody that was, I think, on one of the DMR talk groups, and he said, "Oh, well, Winlink's completely off the air." No, Winlink has peer-to-peer capability. So even if you lose all the infrastructure, the meteor hits, the worst thing that ever happened, if you got 2 people with NBIS antennas or 2 people with loop antennas, they can connect to each other directly and send messages and completely bypass infrastructure.
Yeah, Jeff's comment was that Winlink is fully functional off the internet as well. You can go peer to peer on those. Each one of the servers can figure out how they want to work. If they have no internet, they can either shut down and just say, I'm not operating, or they can operate in a radio relay mode where the station will go to the hybrid station. So I connect to my guy in Collinsville. If he has no internet, he can go radio hop to somebody else who has internet. So that flexibility is just huge. Going forward, we see that as the biggest way to get messages in and out. Gerald?
I'll also say if you really need emergency communications, if it's like a health situation or a government situation, you can contact me, VHF, HF, either one, VHF, UHF, DMR. I've got to work. You can contact me, and I can put it on a whole separate Winlink network that doesn't involve amateur frequencies. And I can move it across the country that way. So,
yeah, Gerald says he has some other options available. Mark, you had a question?
I just want to mention on the antennas too, I'm using a 9-ballon 24-foot long end-fed, only 12 foot off the ground. And I can get all the different.
Mark says he's using a 9-to-1 ballon 12 foot off the ground, 24-foot wire to make Winlink work, no problem.
It works great.
Hang on, Scott.
I've got a question. In Oregon, you Packer mode. What is the usage here in April whole month, or at least their thoughts towards that? It's a very expensive technology.
And if that says you've been sleeping for 6 months, because Pactor was the big dog and Vera is the new big dog. The Vera FM, Vera HF software is the way to go. It goes through noise, it goes faster. It has 2 modes. People get panicked. There's a free mode that you get a low speed version, and there's a $69 version, which gives you the high speed option. If you're not running, if you're not running a lot of traffic, the low speed version's just fine. If you want to play with it, it's just fine. You don't have to spend the $69 to do it. The Vera FM is the right way to do it. There used to be RDOP, there used to be Winmore. I got back in 6 months ago and I went, what happened to Winmore? It's like, deprecate. Wait, what? There is still Pactor there, and most of the Pactor I've seen from the logs are back end stations where people are backhauling traffic back and forth. There are some Pactor options over there, but not that many anymore. Yes,
something most you people may not know, some of the older modems, some of the AES modems and some of the others actually do Pactor 1. Pactor 1 still works on the entry side in the big station. If you look at your listing in the Winlink Express software, most of them will look at the table to do this Pactor 1. So if you want to use Pactor, if you get one of the older modems that have it on there, you can run Pactor 1, which is very good. It's better than any of the stuff in FLDigi because it's ARQ.
If you're doing anything new, Vera FM is the way. Vera HF is the way to go. The next generation, our current implementation is we have a group that monitors the NTSOK mailbox, and they will forward either inbound messages or outbound messages where they need to go. We have 12 different district maps, and for some reason, our district map for Winlink matched the one that you had up here, Mark. I don't know how that happened. I don't know either. So to keep everybody clear as mud, we have the districts mapped out the same way. Today, I have 12 different district mailboxes out there, and we've got somebody is covering every one of those at this point. The goal would be to get 3 or more operators in each district to handle that traffic for that district, so that if one of us is sick or one of us doesn't care about Winlink today, somebody else will be able to jump in and get it. My goal would be in that if you're in a district, somebody on the north side, somebody on the south side, and somebody in the center would have that kind of stuff, so that each one of the local VHF nets would have good access to those, to that net instrumentation. So I'm looking for 39 total people to do the district stuff. I'm looking for 36 people for that. I'm looking for 3 people to do the states. We've got the state piece run. And then I'm playing the net manager over all the piece. We've got everybody covered at this point. Traffic is really low. I mean, it's just terribly low, both on Clay. I don't know what your traffic is. Is that low on the phone? Yeah. So, yeah, a few off of 7290. Yes, sir, Clarence.
You've got Central States President also at probably 12:30 every day. But down dirty and cheap antenna is on 40 and also on 20 meters. You should take 2 of the ham sticks. You can make a rotatable dipole out of that. I've used that, and that covers most of our region.
He says you can do a rotatable dipole out of ham sticks, and Central States Net is available. What time is that Central States Net? 12:30. 7253.5. So you said 7253.5 is the Central States Net at 12:30 local, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Was there another question?
I'll say something on the antenna.
Okay.
On antennas, if you don't have any local community restrictions, I have a vertical. I'm using the Hustler BTV6 vertical antenna, but it's elevated. So the base of the antenna is 10 feet off the ground. And the radios I use are elevated off the ground. They start about 10 feet here at the base of the antenna, goes about 7 feet out the end. The ends are supported by 3/4 inch EMT electrical conduit driven in the ground. That I use. They're spaced out so that they at the edge of my lot area. It's like a big area. So I've got rails that are 8 feet long. You guys have a room. Some of you, if you can get that vertical up, use elevated radios. You don't have to put them on the ground. You keep them above head level, and that antenna works beautiful.
How many radios do you have?
I have 20 altogether. I've got 5 sets of 4.
Gerald says he's using a Hustler 10 foot off the ground with 20 elevated radials as an antenna, vertical. Yes, sir.
I want to go back to Winlink real quick.
Back to Winlink.
Yep, I fired it up last week, and I was looking in the Walker Fort Sill area, some UHF, VHF systems connected, and I was sadly disappointed. I think Dallas, Texas, to build out a area to support that. Does the section or the state of Oklahoma, do we have expertise in that to leverage to build out the system?
You get an extra donut because you get to segue me into the next section.
Sorry.
No, you're great. Take an extra donut.
I'm a former cop, so that's not a good.
Oh, that's a bad thing. Oh, sorry. You can't have a donut. He says he's a former cop, and a donut's not a good enticement. His question was VHF UHF networks, and I will tell you that VHF UHF network is awesome in the state of Oklahoma if you live at Jeff's house or within 20 miles of Jeff's house. The only UHF VHF station that exists in Oklahoma is at Jeff's house. That's been running 9 years, probably too. Okay, that's been running 9 years. You're using Vera FM, correct? Our current goal, and it's back burner, it's phase 2, is to do Vera FM in the metropolitan service areas. And thanks for Mark for showing those earlier. That our goal would be to put a VHF UHF network into Tulsa and to Oklahoma City area and Lawton if you want to go that direction. The emergency managers we've talked to, John Comstock's one of them, the big one. His goal would be to put, he wants to be able to have a laptop in his truck with a mobile radio, and Clarence is nodding, put a laptop with a truck and be able to hit a network in those metropolitan service areas. And I think that's a pretty good goal. What that will take are some digipeaters. The technology is there. Jeff, I'll point at Jeff because Mark was saying stuff about him pulling stuff out of his car. He probably could pull one out of his car right now. He has two repeaters fully built. We have the ability is there. It's the got to go up and get it done kind of story. I know of 3 different funding mechanisms to make that happen money wise. So when we get to that piece, we'll do it. So if Lawton's sounds like they're interested, that's a good third one to put in there. Now, do we need this? Can we get this all everywhere? I don't know. Galen's always hinted that if we get a good data network up, the emergency management folks would easily find a water tower or a tower for us to do that. And if that happens, we're starting to go bing, bing, bing across the state. And we've got the whole thing under VHF. And quite honestly, that would be awesome because the stated traffic speed of that is 52,000 bits per second, which moves audio. And that could be a huge thing for us. Not there yet. We have the technology. Hang on. Yes, sir.
This may segue into your next slide. When I was in Oregon and Washington, we implemented this technology called handling. It's like mesh technology at ARES, network. How much does Oklahoma use those other medias that are like Wi-Fi networks to support the GOC and other search agents? Something that is on the radar, the next slide, or not on the
I'm not looking at Galen. The question for those of us not here, the question is, what is Oklahoma doing on the Arden or mesh network piece? And the answer is, hang on, we'll get there. We have another group, and also a good group of people. Galen's one of them that is interested in that. I know his group, his teams really want data to be pushed. We have systems on buildings in Oklahoma City that we're slowly getting back access to make it happen. We have a good group of people that are handling that. Galen's part, I'm part, half a dozen of us here in town are connected to a network that has a dozen systems up and running in central Oklahoma area. Our goal would be to the metropolitan service areas that we get our ducks in a row in Oklahoma City. Then we get Tulsa involved. I know there's a lot of interest in Tulsa also, and then link the two. Our immediate goal is we would like to get a lot of the DMR traffic on those networks. So in effect, our networks carry our traffic, and now all the people that say it aren't ham radio have 2 reasons to say it's not our ham radio. But
I've got in my garage a fully functional ham LAN system.
It's
$2,500. So
I don't know Hamwin. Is Hamwin
is using commercial.
Is it compatible with Arden?
I've got connections up to 60 miles from tower to tower. So if you go out to, it's called Hamwin, and it started in the state of Washington, Seattle area, and I built it from there all the way down to Oregon. So,
He says Hamwin it sounds like it's a competitor Arden kind of thing.
No,
it's not competitor.
It uses commercial grade Wi-Fi that is repurposed for ham radio.
Which is Arden.
Arden, you replace the operating system with another firmware and you can't customize it. Hamwin is basically you're taking commercial grade Wi-Fi and you're just configuring it differently. So
okay, so you're using the software.
Hackers, so I get into this technology stuff.
So you're using the software and hardware on Hamwin. Arden is going to be there. We've got I've got systems running that way with a just on the other side of the airport with a dish pointing here that we use for connections, and we've got I've got a flight radar system that's up and running on it. We've got phones running over it. We've got cameras running over it. What we're trying to do is outfit the areas. We've got OU's going to put some stuff up. We're going to put some stuff up. Galen's going to put some stuff up, and Sandridge in Oklahoma City, old Sandridge building, Oklahoma City, has got some stuff on. Hang on, Terry's arm's going to fall off.
Are we almost at one of the plans to put it on top of that as well?
That the Arden, like the auto patch, Oklahoma City auto patch has a tower at Highway 9 and 162, and it has no internet compatibility. One of the radios on my tower that's at my office here a mile away is aimed at that tower site, so it'll get digital to that thing. So you'll start to see that float out here pretty quick. Jeff?
How far are you from that tower site? For your art setup right there, what type of distance?
The 35 kilometers is what the cool thing is. The dish antennas. The question was how far lengths are we getting for a $44 system at both ends? $44, so $88 for both ends. We are able to get about 80 to 100 megabits at 35 kilometers. The one here will be or is 40 feet off the deck, and the math says the other one that's at Newcastle could be on the ground, but it will be at about 80 or 100 foot on that tower.
And your central site that you're going to, how high up to get the central site?
The Sandridge is one of those, and it's 400-foot building. Oklahoma City is 200, or Norman's 200. Galen's on a ridge, so that doesn't matter. You could be on the ground and do all that stuff. So we've got a whole bunch of that stuff going, and now it's just getting all the pieces together to get access to that building. The state ended up buying it, and now it's slowed our access down. Gerald?
In the Aeronautical Center Amateur Radio Club for several years now, but we've been thinking towards getting a VHF Winlink system established over in the South Community Hospital.
That'd be a VHF would be a good place to put it there.
And, we have access to that area. We have repeaters up there now. We could incorporate a Winlink system into. I guess the one unknown, not totally unknown, is the internet access for the Winlink system to function fully.
The way those.
Last I heard, we had possibly a access to a T1 line or a major line for internet access.
T1.
And no charge plug to put in there.
He says there's a group at Aeronautical Center wanting to do something on a hospital. And a question about the internet. The way those work is that each digipeater can be up with a literally, Mark, where's that computer? Where's that computer? Did you put it over here? Hang on, let me go grab it. It's a problem with this stupid computer. I'll pass it around. This is a full-blown Windows computer. That's about a $225 little machine. It works great. Plug that into a sound card, hooked to a radio, and you're up and running. Pardon? I believe it is 5.5, whatever it takes.
We have a hardware modem.
Yeah. Hardware modem is not going to work for that. Those are going to be Vera FM signals.
But everyone is using Vera.
Yeah, the network we're proposing is going to be all Vera FM. So you put one of these up, and you don't have. Okay.
Vera is not a properly registered mode of operation with the U.S. government. It's not allowed any official government type traffic because of that.
Yeah. Okay.
We can't use Vera and share for that reason.
Okay, that's a shares problem, not one of ours. It's not a restriction for us.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that not every answer is going to have Vera available.
Yeah, if you put one of these devices up with a radio, it will be a digipeater, and you don't have to have internet at each location. You can bounce from machine to machine to machine. As long as you got one hooked up to go to the internet, that's
what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Is the Winlink connected station.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're building a net of those. But FM's on the dial. I know the emergency management folks are doing that. John is working with us to get that stuff moved around up on the Sandridge building. And once we get that screaming, we'll have some more Winlink stuff. Anybody else? We moved from Winlink to Arden pretty quick, but that happened. Yep, Lee.
The emergency system on Sandwich or whatever thing this week, is it still limited to 35 kilometers or type?
No, the question is would a Sandridge type building be limited in kilometers? No, it's the hardware at each end, whatever hardware is put up there. And with a mesh network, you don't really want to go long distances. The idea is to mesh it shorter distances. Dadgum more, put that hill in our place. Oh, that's right. That is Oklahoma City. It's in Oklahoma City. We can actually pick up the signal from Sandridge on the ground at Crossroads Mall or whatever they're calling Crossroads Mall today. But
Crossroads Mall. That's okay. Kicked off of that one.
No, from the ground.
Oh, from the ground?
Yeah, I said from the ground. So that shows you where that hill is. Yeah. It's some cannabis factory. Any other questions? We'll have all kinds of details. I've got a 33-page document that'll probably grow to 40 that we'll have it enid on more details on the Winlink side. So if you really want to get involved, and you're on Winlink, send me a message at N58ZR. If you're not on Winlink, send me a message at N58ZR and ARRL.org and we'll get you going.
What's your role? Are you the technology guy
For what my question is, what's my role? My role in which the state or the
within our ARES organization? You said send out an email via Winlink.
Right.
So are you the technology point of contact if we have questions?
For Winlink, I'm the this Winlink traffic, the NTSOK. I'm the traffic manager off of that network. Okay, quiet. Guy in question. Okay. Hang on. Running a full pack. It says that Jason's running a full packet in Vera FM.
No. Let me read a bunch of stuff here.
Okay. What else you got, Peter?
Okay, so Lloyd, this goes back a bit. I've been trying to get your attention. You don't pay attention. Okay, so Lloyd mentioned early on, local nets need to have an NCS say after asking for emergency or priority traffic, is there a liaison to the national traffic system as part of their net preamble? That seems like a good idea. Right. He also wanted to know if anybody was using 60 meters for emergency communications.
Okay.
Let me go through here again. Lloyd, again, emergency management has a keen interest in mobile use. He also states, build a network like Oklahoma Link to move DMR and other traffic statewide. That is apparently already being built. I gather RCWA is Rogers County Wireless Association. Anyway, He's got a link here, rcwa.org. They're also building an IP network of ham stuff, presumably. And then Jason, N0LOZ, is the one that said Winlink on iGroup. Oh, okay. Jason said he's running a full packet and Vera FM node on a Raspberry Pi, which are little teeny tiny computers. If you don't know, I'm not familiar with those.
Okay.
And yeah, Mike also points out that we cannot always hear the questions being asked or the comments. So if you could maybe pass a mic around or something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, statements about a RCWA link? Is there something up in RCWA, Rogers County?
on our feedback that's getting to the repeater that causes it to change drastically. The other thing that happens simultaneously, I'll first put out that RFM contact, that was with the 09 repeater, which is pretty much running by itself at a good time. They have now the Board Breakers Nest and now All-Star repeater, which we didn't have problems with it, but I can see issues coming up with somebody with an All-Star connected to 400 repeaters in the United States, and all of a sudden somebody blasts it on Winlink. So we have taken down that link without worrying about complex in the area. But I'll say this much. As a stopgap measure, running through a voice repeater is perfectly fine, and I'm good with doing that. You have to have a lot of operational people involved, and I will speak from the experience of.
Hey guys, so we have one meeting. Mark. So we have one meeting. We're trying to hear. Sorry.
I will speak from the experience that we did do some experimentation with, but it's kind of funny how VARA FM came up, because it actually started with VARA being put on FM, and I was one of the key big stations that did that, came up with the idea of not through the office. But the first experimentation we did was on the repeater that we got all agreement with the repeater trustee, everybody involved with it. There was one operator that didn't like it happening and made it a very public spectacle that he didn't like that. And so it's one of those things I'm sensitive to. You know, not everybody wants to hear bleeps and bloops on their local voice repeater. So to do this thing right long term, we need to have dedicated repeater sites to work that stuff out.
Jeff,
Stopgap is one thing, but we need to get it.
Jeff says that Rogers County system was on 14709, which was a voice repeater, and ran into a lot of troubles. They pulled it down now because of they have problems of putting a digital system on a voice repeater, and that is not there. One of those other comments was that a traffic net, it says, is there if you get traffic on a net, the preamble states, and I know the ones I do state, is there a net liaison? I'm going to tell you every time I'd ask that, there would be no. But that's another statement, is put that in your preamble, that if you get some traffic to pass, ask for a net traffic liaison. I'm done. Yes, Jeff's got one more. Oh.
I'll offer my services there because I do quite a bit of helping get people set up. We actually had a group in Tulsa, Mike was part of it, and there's several others in Creek County, that we actually met at a local makerspace and actually had people bring radios in, set up antennas and everything else, and create their stations and help troubleshoot how to get on the air. We haven't done that because of COVID for obvious reasons right there. But I still do consultations via Zoom on a regular basis. In fact, it was last week, or actually 3 weeks ago, out of California, I was sitting there helping somebody else get the station on the air. So my email address is AE5ME, Alpha Echo 5 Mike Echo @yahoo.com. If you send an email there, then I'll set up things from there as far as getting on the air, getting your sound cards working, all that fun stuff.
Jeff was saying his contact, AE5ME@Yahoo, is his email, AE5ME@Yahoo. If you've got technical questions about Winlink, he can walk you through it, help you get set up, get you on the air. If you come up with questions he hadn't thought of anymore, he'd like that, because he's always up for a challenge. So he'll help you get on the air and walk you through all the steps, and probably get a piece of gear here or there that he's not using. But we'll get you going. Why don't we take a little bit of a, thank you, Mark, appreciate it. Take a little bit of a break, everybody back in here at 11:30, and then we can go over the simulated emergency test. Yay. 11:30, yeah, 11:30.
Hey, Mark, can
That
you
would be
hear
in
me?
15
Mark
minutes.
Klein, N58ZR, N58ZR, come in. N58ZR, come in. He's one of them alligators, right? Little ears, big mouth. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? I didn't mean to.
It sounded good.
No, I wanted, Nathan asked about the NTS document that's going to come out in Enid, if it's going to be on the website, and I want to make sure that he gets it. I've made a note to myself, and I will follow up with him one way or the other, but I thought I'd try to strike while the iron is hot. I do know that he just got, I'll say, control of ok.arrl.org just like this week, and he has not put a lot of content there yet. As if you saw, if I think the URL went by earlier, there is I think one document there. I'm certain he will get all that stuff up there, but it may take some time. So, and then of course there's also aresok.org, and I will make sure that he gets all that stuff up there.
Was that okay, ARL? What was that again?
I'm sorry. There's two. There's aresok.org, which is actually on the screen share there on the SCT planning down at the bottom. But there's also ok.arrl.org, which he just got control of from headquarters like this week. So there's not a lot there right now. Very little actually. So
that okay, ARL, what I missed there. So.
Right. Yeah, I think the original idea was that each section would have the section abbreviation .arrl.org, and many sections have had that for a long time, and then other sections have completely different URLs, but we now have that one under local control. So I'm sure Mark will put lots of stuff there at some point. So
I've got a question.
Sure.
Has anybody given thought as to how to use all of the hams who are getting their license and buying a Bofang and that's it?
Buying a Bofang, heck, Scars gives them one if they join the club.
No, I mean, that's they do that, and they get a small handheld and a hotspot, and that's ham radio.
Yeah, I'm old enough that I don't get that myself. But that's probably because I'm old enough, right? If you're younger, that might have a lot of appeal. I don't know why, but that's not me. But if they're excited about that, that's fine. Of course, you can't use a analog radio with a hotspot very well. Generally, it has to be a digital radio. But I understand what you mean. We pre-COVID, Scars was doing pretty well with handing out the radios, and we do actually offer. They'll get a Baofeng with their membership, or we charge them an extra $50 and we'll give them a GD77, which is a DMR radio. We've been trying pretty hard to get people engaged. It's one thing to give them a radio. It's one thing it's another thing to grab them and get them involved and stuff. So we've been trying pretty hard to do that. It's been tough with COVID, but I think we're still doing a pretty good job with that. Yeah, that's well, you know Mark, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I got my tech license in 76 and my extra in 78. So
okay, yeah.
And I did the hurricane thing with him down at, I can't think of all the name. It happens when you hit 78 or something, you start losing all the names. But I got introduced to all of this through Mark at Gruber when they brought the refugees up.
Okay. Oh, in 2005 that he was talking about, yeah.
Right. I actually, on the 29th of August, was asked to send a message down, and we helped save 16 people in a house in New Orleans.
I heard about that.
That was me.
Excellent.
So my claim to fame, I think over the years, I've helped with about 17 or 18 saves.
Very good. Yeah, I'm not sure how much in the future. I think that the opportunities will go down because everybody's got a stupid cell phone now. Now, cell phones don't always work, but those networks are actually getting pretty good. I mean, I watched during this last one in Louisiana, last hurricane in Louisiana, I watched some storm chaser streaming from his phone in the storm.
In the storm?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good network.
Right.
I mean, you gotta give him that.
These people in the house got a text message out to somebody in Broken Arrow. I'm just north of Tulsa. And I didn't have good HF stuff at the time, so I went to Red Cross and used their station. If you look in one of the older handbooks, I'm in there as a Red Cross volunteer in Oklahoma City.
Oh, cool.
Saving lives but I wasn't. I was a ham radio operator at our station in Tulsa.
Those details aren't that important.
The other thing is, have you guys, I don't know, I pay a lot of attention to the news and stuff about California going generator free, small engine free in 2024. No weed eaters, no lawnmowers, no go-karts, no generators, nothing.
That's what I've heard. I don't know what you replace
stick with them or not, or if it's something we need to start.
It's a California's air regulations are much different than most other states. So because their air is dirtier.
I lived in LA till I was born there and lived there till I was 14.
Yeah.
And I remember coming over the mountains and not being able to see the city because of the smog.
Yeah, and people decided they didn't like that.
Right.
I mean, their car emission standards have been much more strict than the national standards for a long, and still are, and for a long time. So it's kind of a follow on to that, I guess. I don't know how you replace a gas generator, man. That's tough.
I mean, I know that they're requiring a lot of the houses, new houses, to have solar capability or whatever.
Yeah, and if you've got a big battery pack in your basement, it's fine. You don't care if the grid goes down, but for a portable generator, I don't know.
You could go nuclear.
You could go if you get those little miniature nuclear plants. Yeah, cooling them is an issue. Keeping the spent fuel cool is a problem.
How do you carry one of those out to field day?
They have there's a little carry handle on the top, but you just, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do for that specific situation. I mean, we've had an electric mower for years. They're fine. And it's not battery, it's on a 150-foot extension, but for weed whackers and that sort of stuff, electric's fine. And the battery technology is really, in fact, we have an electric chainsaw for that matter. But for a generator,
Well, I have the chainsaw and weed eater electric.
Yeah.
But I was mowing 5 acres.
Yeah, that's tough on a battery.
Okay, so, and I still have the ZTR. I went from 5 acres to 8,000 square feet. So, and I know relatives of mine have gotten electric mowers, and they do a little bit around here where we are. But out in the country, it's pretty hard.
The batteries keep getting better and better, and at some point it'll pass the point where you can reasonably have that much battery capacity on a mower. I don't know that we're there yet, but I don't pay any attention to that. So but for the generator case for emergency power, I don't know how you do that. I mean, gas engines are dirty, particularly the little 2- and 4-stroke stuff, but I don't know how you replace that. Yes, you can do solar panels and batteries, but I don't know. Somebody will figure something out.
Look what happened in South Texas.
Rather not, but
that kind of stuff. If you got the good weather or partially good weather and stuff enough, you can keep all your battery, all that kind of stuff up. But if you run into the situation that they did down there, I'd hate to see the country have that kind of issue. But
somebody will figure out something for the I think a home nuclear plant would be.
Yeah.
Carry handle.
Carry handle, right?
Yeah. Just every 5 years when the fuel is all spent, you just take it back to Atwoods and get a new one. And
but what are we going to do down the road when all these batteries need replacing, and how are they going to dispose of all that stuff? You think they'll have a way to recycle all of it?
Some of it, I mean,
like
sealed lead acid batteries are actually highly recyclable, which is why the warranties on them are pretty good in terms of like replacing your car battery, because they recycle pretty well.
I run my shack with 2 of those recyclables. So
yeah, for the other chemistries, I don't know enough about the other chemistries, because lithium, there's not an unlimited supply of lithium for the different lithium chemistries. And I don't know if you take a completely used up lithium battery, I don't know if there's anything left in there that's worth anything. I don't know. There may be. I'm not a chemist, right. So, and I didn't do particularly well in chemistry in college, but yeah, I don't know. Lithium seems to be the thing these days.
I didn't take chemistry in college, so
yeah,
mine was a D in chemistry in senior year in high school. So
yeah,
that was in '61.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't have an answer. It's a concern though. I expect I'm going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, the next 6 months to a year, I'm going to get a new vehicle, and I have my eye on the Chrysler Pacifica hybrid, and it's actually a plug-in hybrid, and it's got
everybody, if we could start drifting back to our seats.
Okay. My wife, we have a Pacifica S.
Do you?
I love it.
Do you? Well, we should chat later. It's not the hybrid though, right?
No, it's not the hybrid.
No. Okay. All right. I'm going back to mute here.
Okay. Me too.
Yep. All right, are we about ready to have the fun part? All right, well, we'll go over this. This is kind of something in years past, either I or somebody else has planned it all out. Was it last year? Year before last, ARL made a big thing that they wanted it really, really strictly run to their guidelines, like a big contest. And so I did as they asked, and they saw that they had really crappy participation. But and I was very polite, and I didn't go, told you. There was other people that did, but so want to kind of go over what the set is, or the simulated emergency test. And I hate that whole moniker. It really should be, it's an exercise, but because it's not a test, but they didn't call me and said, what do you think about the name? But it's to find out strengths and weaknesses of ARES, NTS, RACES, other groups that provide emergency communications, to provide a demonstration to our served partners and partner agencies such as the American Red Cross, emergency management agencies, even the news media, because you in the contest scoring, you get points if you draw the news media in, let them go ooh and ah. What services that amateur radio provides, and to help radio amateurs gain experience. That's the most important thing of this whole thing, is back to having a more structured environment in your exercise of some of the functionality we can provide, and get your folks and your team and your groups around you all involved in participating with each other. So the experience is the important part. Whatever you do in the different modes and how you do it and how you put it together. So this is what you need to do. There's some links. If you dig through the ARL's website, you can find this stuff. It's posted on our site. And these links, if you go in there and just type forms on arl.org, if you just type forms, you get this big old page full of forms. They love forms in Newington, Connecticut. They run on forms. So you can find these links. The public service field forms, that first link will get you down to the two other ones, the AEC, DEC scorecard, or if you're a net manager on NTS, the actual scorecard for that. If you would like to get some idea of how in depth that we can do a plan, you go look at that link there. It's on our aresok.org, the 2013 civil emergency test. And that one was run under the same guidelines that a exercise would be run by one of our served agencies. It actually had ICS 205 in there, which is what our operational plan was as far as frequencies, and blank ICS 213s, the message forms, the whole thing. It was all laid in there. But what we want to talk about today is actually putting together the set for 2021. ARL likes to do it all on the worst possible time for football season here in heaven, which is generally the first week in October. And it's like, hello. And I guess nothing's going on in the rest of the part of the world. The Northeast really doesn't have any football teams. They don't know what, I don't know. But down here, it seems to be a tough time to get participation. However, they give us till January to get this done. So we're going to pick some time in here and do it. They really, really, really like to have it all condensed in a 48-hour period. I get that. That's very neat. It makes a good start, a good finish. But if we had a wider window, Mark and I talked about it, we can't find anything that says we cannot, because they use the word should. I have a dictionary. So should says, okay, the opposite of should is should not. So, we're going to go with whatever we determine here in this group. If you look, one of the things that I sent in that handout was the ARL's scorecard. They operate this all as a contest. If you look every year and you see the results of the set, well, it's always states and then numbers. And if you're not a contester, you have no idea what the heck they're talking about. But for every amateur that's participating, whether he's actively in your group or checked into your net, because if they check into a net that you're running during this, it counts as 2 points. Somebody with a new call sign, they count as 3 points. Formal third-party messages, on behalf of a served agency is 1 point. I'm like, wait a minute, we're trying to do partnerships with other agencies. Why isn't that more? It's because they didn't ask me. So can get, yes. Mark, can you grab one of the handouts and make another? I think it's on the back page of that one, isn't it? Yep, it's on the very back page. That's okay. Hey, we have copier. We can do, thank you, Norman Fire Department Training Center. Anyway, tactical communications conducted on behalf of served agencies. Depending on how long you're doing that, and tactical communications is, we need more hot dogs at checkpoint 1, or more water. It's a specific function type communications that you're doing. So they want you to score it by the amount of time that you're doing that. Heck, like Tulsa, when they came up and did the hospital net, just going around getting the stations to check in, all counts in that. Folks that are operating on emergency power, emergency powered repeaters, those all score points. Dual membership, not a big a deal as it used to be. Seeing it, the FCC stopped issuing FEMA licenses. It used to be there was actually FEMA RACES call signs that the FCC issued, and those have gone away. So now you have folks that generally operate as a RACES group. A lot of times they're, instead of part of ARES, they're a group of amateurs that function and are usually closely tied to an emergency manager or some other agency. And sometimes, like Paul's group, there's that core group that works with the Tulsa Area Emergency Management, and then there's the broader ARES team. So they kind of count as that, but they get 10 points. Liaisons made with NTS, that's a big part of it. Digital modes, Winlink, and honestly, any of the digital modes, if you're doing digital stuff, and when they're talking digital modes, they're not generally talking like DMR. They're talking some sort of written communications sent over the airwaves. That's what they're looking for there. Number of different agencies in which communications would provide. Tulsa, you can really quickly get 3 or 4 agencies involved in there. Press release was submitted. This is one of the things that we would like to see each of the DECs, especially get associated, or if you're a larger group, the ECs within your county, somebody in your county or somebody in your group actually act as a PIO and get actually recognized and credentialed with the ARL as a public information officer. It doesn't take much. All the press releases really have been written before. Everything we do is really not new. It's just changed the names and the titles and the places and when. So there's plenty of examples out there, but getting that stuff to the media, the smaller community your little town papers are screaming for stories, and they'll come take pictures and do a write-up. Even the big stations in Tulsa come out and play. What was it? Was it Field Day that they came out? No, it wasn't that long ago that you had Tulsa had Channel 8 come out and play. Yep. Oh yeah, for the hurricane. And they're always trying to look for stuff like that. And that the press release goes back to the bonus for an ARL public information officer. To be appointed as that public information officer, you just have to be foolish enough to call Mark, and he'll go, okay. And you can do that, and they can get you signed up. Points for next activity, same kind of thing down below. Total number of messages handled, number of stations, new amateurs, and so on, just the same information. And that's kind of how it's all scored. It's pretty simple when you look at plans in the past. The things are a scenario, when and where, who's going to participate. A scenario, you always want to have some reason that there's an exercise, and you want to try and keep it somewhat real to what might occur. That's why people go, is this another weather-related disaster for Oklahoma in our scenarios every year? Why? Because tell me what most of our disasters in Oklahoma have been. Like Galen can tell you, there's probably what, in the last year or so, at least 19 of them that they've, yeah, locusts. Yeah, locusts. The other ones that have been thrown out is the meteor, you know, and they're not necessarily realistic. If we were in the Gulf state, you know, hurricane is a good thing. But ice storms and wind events and flooding events seem to be our reason. But, you know, the scenario can be written any which way. Go ahead.
Perfect exercise we had on October 2nd and 3rd was the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon. Because we used 89 plus cams, we had our EOC up and running, and we sent and received messages, fast messages to the police, fire, the IMSA had their MERC set up, and they were handling medical traffic too.
Yep.
So that was perfect exercise for the set. Too bad we couldn't use that and set points in for that. That's awesome.
Tom West says he has all the data that he can fill it up with.
And
Repeat that.
I like that. I really do. It is. Okay, the thing was, you know, the perfect set happens every year, pretty much, the Memorial Marathon, because you have everybody that comes together and helps out. But, you know, just to give you another example, so does Tulsa when they have the big bike race, the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. They got an ungodly amount of people that are involved in that. And those are excellent exercises. It's back to every one of these parades that we go out and help, you know, line up the rides and the marching bears and the clowns and everybody else, or the bike races or anything else that go like that. Those are exercises. They're not written as exercise, but they're great practice. The league wants to do something specifically that's amateur only, you know, and it's not tied to another event. I don't really understand their motivation for that, because I've suggested time and time again that we take the data from Tulsa Tough, or we take the data from the Memorial, and we just send it to them. And it translated from the scorecard over, because it does translate. There isn't a person that convinced me it doesn't. But yes.
One thing to keep in mind with all the hacking groups out there with the ability to hack into the electrical grid, the pipelines, the water.
Oh yeah.
That would be completely out of the blue. They could screw up the natural gas distribution, the electrical, and the water all at the same time.
Yep. Well, not only could, they have. And the question was, when coming back to the subject of scenarios, what scenarios we could use, and he was talking about some of the real world hacking that's gone on there, disrupting power grids or pipelines or natural gas or other systems like that. And yes, anything you can think of that, you know, we might be involved to assist with. And the thing you have to keep in mind, public safety is really aware of some of their vulnerabilities when it comes to communications. And they have done a really good job of building up their capabilities. You know, they have done a good job of installing generators, backup systems, having not only A means of communications, but a B and C means of communications. You know, the days of when you walked into an EOC and there was one old Motorola radio hanging over the corner, even in the smaller jurisdictions, has pretty much gone away. I mean, a lot of them have, you know, one or two systems that they use daily. They also, a lot of them have 800 capability that they use across the I-44 corridor. Some of them have secure HF. How many of the EOCs have secure HF now? Do you know, Galen?
Half a dozen.
Yeah. And it's a cost thing that gets them. You know, if it was free, they'd all have it. But, you know, then again, would they turn it on and use it? But that's the hard part. That's the hard part. It's just like partnerships. There's EMs that shake your hand and say, come on in, and here's how we operate, and this is our structure, and here's where you can help me. And there's other EMs that don't want to talk to you, and that's fine. That you should still, in your group, in your community, and your district, you know, have a plan and activity. So, with all that being said, what I'd like to do here is drive you all insane. Yes, Jeff, go ahead.
This may lead into what we plan for an event. What are our scores been in the past? In the last 5 years or so, what scores have we turned into ARL for our event?
I would say what Jeff had asked, what are our scores been in years past compared to other places? Last year, crap, because everybody was crap. When they went where they just pretty much wanted everybody to act as an individual and turn in an individual kind of thing. It didn't go as well as they thought. I get, you know, and I kind of get why they did it. It was COVID. That was okay, we don't really want to encourage groups coming together, even though they could still do a flu bone exercise from their house. They got radios. They don't need to sit in the same room to do this. But you know, when they just kind of posted it out there and said, here it is, go forth and do it, it wasn't that successful. Go back to like 2013 where we had a structured plan, and we had some good leadership on that. We were real close to some of the bigger states that are more populated. No, I don't.
The
But
number sits in my mind. We run somewhere between 700 to 900. Somewhere in that
yeah,
range. The reason I lead into that is near and dear to me is the state of Mississippi because I do a lot of digital stuff with them. Look at the list for 2019, 2018. Oklahoma is somewhere in the range of 300, 700. New York State is around about 1,000. Ohio was about 2,000. Kind of like, well, we're all kind of in the same park there. Mississippi for the last 5 years has been 10 to 13,000 every year.
yep,
You want to know why they've been that?
digital.
Every message that they sent via digital there counted for 1 point, and then one of their exercises. Mark, remember the messages I sent you from their set? Yep. Did I fill up your mailbox with them? Yep. Yeah, that was 10% of the messages that went through at the highest level. They literally sent thousands of messages during their event. The reason I'm throwing that there is we need to think long and hard at, if we had a real event happen in Oklahoma that was a real disaster, thousands of messages would have to be generated. So I want to throw that as a flavor to think about this exercise because it's being done elsewhere. Other people
Right.
do it, so.
And what Mark was saying, Jeff was saying back there was that some of these states had scored really high. And one of the reasons they had scored really high is because they were throwing a lot of digital messages throughout the system. And the reality of that is that's one of the areas for the future that, you know, our ability to send a digital message, a written form message, you know, from point A to point B, especially with something like a resource list. You know, we need this list of equipment, you know, to read off 2 pages of cooking supplies. I'm just arbitrarily picking something, or even radios or types of PPE you need for a pandemic, does take a while on a radio. Versus to do it digitally, it's typed up, everybody looks at it, nods, says, yep, and you get it sent out, and you know, you can get a receipt back, and everybody knows the message was passed, it was out, and it's taken care of. It's a strong resource. I would like to see, as we've been working with NTS Winlink, you know, we want to grow that capability of digital messaging here in Oklahoma. Galen.
And maybe that's what we need to focus on with with an exercise is not worry about the high score for this year, but instead look at what capabilities what gaps we think we have, and obviously that is one of them.
Yep.
And we heard a presentation just a while ago on here's what we're doing. We're starting to spin up. We're wanting to spin up Winlink. We're wanting to spin up our Arden. We're wanting to spin up other things. Maybe what we need to do is structure an exercise this year that gives us a baseline. It may not be a high score. Who cares? It's not about scores.
Yeah.
It's get a baseline, figure out where we're at, what we need to do to improve, and then work on that over the next year, 2 years, and see how our scores improve.
Yeah, and to reiterate for the folks that are online, what Gail is talking about is what we need to focus on, and perhaps focus on this year, was getting us a baseline of where we can use as a point to start from, to grow from, because digital is one of those things that we need to work on, and it's a good place. And I agree with him. I've always been, it's not about the score. What are they doing? What skills are they learning? The skills are the important part. The team building is the important part. The recruiting and bringing your folks together to do the exercise is the important part. If we score 10 points, great, and you get the right people in the right room, or even if it's across town because you don't want to meet, and you get the functionality and you're able to participate and you're able to grow a team, that's a good thing.
Scores only count in looking at your own score from this year, from last year, from next year.
Yeah, that I agree.
That's where comparisons.
Yeah. And Galen was saying scores only count, comparing yourself this year to the next year after that. Yeah.
I agree exactly with what you're saying. The reason I brought Mississippi up is not so much of a points deal, but they're operating at a whole nother level way beyond where we're at right now. There's quite a few people that are moving there, and it's not to make us feel bad and whatever, but just to say there's an opportunity there.
A little behind the scenes secret. The state of Mississippi and the state of Alabama got very excited over amateur radio's capability when it comes to digital, and wrote some very large checks. I mean, most of their stations, the hubs that are out there, the state coughed up the money for those, and God bless them. But the amateurs stepped up and are running it. So that's
when they had the hurricane that just hit down there.
Yep.
The television deal, and then you talk about the best advertising you could ever have in the entire world. The television person's right there, and this guy back there with the Winlink station. They said, "Got a report." This guy types it in, sends it out, and they've got the camera like right on the Winlink station. And the emergency management director says, "We can't do this with the rest of our system." That's why these guys are here.
Yep.
Tremendous advertising.
Yep. Gerald, go ahead.
I'll make one recommendation. But now when you run an ARES net, which are basic training nets, they shouldn't just be check in, say hi, and bye, I'm out of here, or a comment. What you should be doing is running at least one digital piece of traffic every ARES net you run. That's what we do in share. I run 3 routine share nets a week. And every net I run runs digital traffic. They have to confirm receipt of that message. And all the nets I run, I also have a digital net call and a digital response to the net call. And every one of my hands. You can use any digital mode you want to, but do one digital each net.
Well, one of the challenges Gerald was talking about with our nets, we should actually incorporate digital into them. And I agree. Part of the reason we picked Winlink, the stake in the ground, I know, let me make the point why we keep talking about Winlink, is just because of the Windows email interface. It is so familiar to everybody. There's other systems that use that very similar interface, but we had to kind of stick a stake. Our closest partner that we deal with so far as amateur radio, another section is Texas, and they are all about Winlink. And so that's kind of why we're part of that division. And that's why we're trying to incorporate that into ours. Go ahead, Joe.
Winlink is an excellent station and message transfer protocol. It is not a broadcast protocol. And if you're trying to do it like a net, you just almost can't send each individual station.
Right. Yeah,
You use a general broadcast protocol like something that will do anything else will do.
Yep.
Okay, and you can make that work.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yes, you keep talking about cooperation, cooperation between ARES and emergency management.
Mm-hmm.
But what I understand, and Dan probably can back me up or it'll be my place, but there is a requirement out there from Homeland Security to work with emergency management. You have to go through a complete background check.
That's if you're employed by them.
That would be a local thing, or depending on who you want to work for. So
Yeah.
completely up to them.
To get in a state EOC, you betcha. Our little EOC in Okmulgee, you want to come help? The sheriff will do a quick criminal record to make sure you're not wanted. Outside of that, y'all come. And it is very local. Tulsa runs theirs through the city of Tulsa's security management group, which are the same thing they run all their employees through. You're a non-compensated employee. It's a very, very local thing. If you were to go play with FEMA, you're going to go through the full thing, and you're going to get to talk to somebody from U.S. Security. They're a contractor for the FBI. But that's a different, but it's pretty much local. And it's just like any of these. You're going to have EMs that want to play and other EMs that don't. And that's okay. You should still, the amateurs in your county and your district should still be organized well enough, because a prime example is several years ago, we had a community that really didn't want to talk to any of the hams till an ice storm made everything go dark. And the only thing that was working was the hams that were able to put wires in a tree. Because their antennas were down. But again, they were able to go to the garage, grab some wire, get wire in a tree, and get a 40-meter message to ops outside the area to go, hey, our part of the hill country is dark and nobody knows it. And the state didn't know it. And messages got passed, and pretty soon the cavalry was called and everybody came and helped. But then they got real interested in what amateurs can do for them. It's just, it varies. But the fact that they had stuck their hand out, said, hello, if you need us, call. If you don't, fine. They weren't strangers, but the fact that they were organized enough to help helped out greatly. When the 10 guys in your neighborhood that can actually go help, and you've practiced together and you know how to operate as a team, then when the times that you have to, it'll bear out. Gerald.
Oklahoma does have another type of emergency situation, like you probably haven't seen in recent years. I have seen coastal protocol. That's a major blizzard. And a major blizzard combined with an ice storm, and when you got roads that are 6 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot drifts of snow, along with ice on all the lines, with the power lines down, no electricity, no telephone, no communications at all in a third of the state. That literally happened back in 72, I believe it was. And you talk about a special situation because the ambulances can't get out there, the police car can't get out there, the repair lines for the power lines can't get out there because it's all buried in snow.
Yep. Gerald was talking about scenarios, and one of the scenarios that happened back in the 70s, that you had a third of the state that had a blizzard and an ice storm at the same time. Pretty much the state took the state offline.
One of the things that's happening locally here in Norman is Norman just put in a $16.5 million communication system, great system, better than anything else probably in the country right now. But they're also getting ready to build a new EOC, and in that EOC is a dedicated room for hams.
Yay.
And because, some of the thinking finally changed here, and they're realizing that, yeah, we have
viability and we can make a difference when a $16.5 million system can't talk outside of, here if necessary.
Well, being a person that one of the things that I have said for years and years and years, Galen's probably heard this, Paul's heard it a couple of times. And to Lee's point was talking about Norman has invested $16 million on a new communication system. And part of that is amateur radio, where segregated room at that system is actually in. And that's because of the work that we've done. But one of the things that I've said before, if it's an electrical mechanical device, it will fail. Don't care what it is, grab any engineer. Any engineer tells you he made a widget that will never fail, he's a liar. Because they all will. It's a matter of time. It's wear and tear, it's life cycle, whatever it is. Professionally, I sell commercial office furniture. You buy a $1,000 chair, eventually cylinder will go out or somebody will break a caster. It's just what it is, even though it's engineered far above the chair that you can buy at Staples for $129, but it's just a different product, but they will all fail. So the capability is what do we do to help? What I'd like to do now is to have you all develop the scenario and start looking at a plan and pick a few folks in here to raise their hand to start developing the set plan for 2021. So first thing we need is somebody to kind of scribble and take some notes. So I'm looking for a volunteer before I point at one. So anybody here willing to kind of take point and make some notes and start going on this? Paul, did you bring a notepad? Yeah, he knew. He was trying to hide behind. Galen's going to help. The only reason I picked Paul is because I can read his handwriting. So, if we'll kind of, by show of hands, we'll just kind of start getting some ideas. Ice storm, snowstorm, the usual tornadoes, the things that you want to do. If you'll look at the 2013 scenario, it talks about what the event is and what the limitations are. It's one paragraph long. You don't have to get into, it was a dark and stormy night. You're not telling a story.
It will be much easier if we. I didn't do that.
Noon. Yeah. First thing I did is go, noon. Okay. For those online, we could just hear the tornado sirens of the city of Norman.
The Lord has spoken.
Yeah.
I think it would be much easier to determine what capabilities we want to measure or test, figure out what those are, and then come up with the backstory of what caused it. And I say that because the threats that we have mostly in Oklahoma tend to be more localized events rather than the events that you might have along the Gulf Coast or the East Coast, where you might wipe out everything in 100 miles inland.
Yeah.
We just don't have, not saying it can't happen, don't
yeah. Yeah, don't say that, please.
We don't have the hurricanes that would cause the widespread destruction. We have more localized. We have tornadoes that start in Bridge Creek, come through South Oklahoma City, whack me, and then go on over to Dell City, Midwood City.
Yes.
Which are terrible events. Don't misunderstand me, but they're far more local.
Right.
They don't wipe out all of the infrastructure. Now, as Jerry said, we do have ice storms, and those tend to be a little more widespread. But beyond that, we typically don't have the widespread infrastructure destruction type events in our area.
Yeah.
So perhaps what we need to do is figure out what capability we want to test. Do we want to test our ability to talk locally? Do we want to be able to test our ability to send data in the state, outside the region, that's where I think we need to start.
Well, Galen's comment was, as we're developing the set, we need to look a little bit backwards, or not backwards, or forward, but look at what we're trying to test and what capabilities we're trying to develop. With most of our events, we always need something that there is some type of a rallying point. Paul calls it a resource net, where everybody checks in, you assess who's checked in, you get your assignments, and you move from there. 99% of the events that we're involved in, outside of being scheduled to go to a local parade and everybody shows up at a particular parking lot, most of our disaster type responses or emergency responses all start out with that kind of progression. Something happens, folks start to check in, then get assignments. From there, I think capabilities we need to test, and this is what I think, and I'm interested in your thoughts. We need to think about being able to get folks organized, and then being able to actually pass information both locally and then perhaps regionally via digital messages, so that we can exercise both half of this, getting folks exercise, getting them on the air, getting assignments, and then passing information along that way. What do you all think? Not everybody at once. Is that good?
If I'm understanding all this correctly, we're trying to rebuild a system, correct?
Well, what we're trying to do here is to develop the exercise rather than me going, boom, here it is, boys and girls. But yes, I mean, most of our events,
Okay, so why don't we start at the base activation?
okay,
That control comes up and activates people calling in. Then next year we can go from that activation to a scenario. Progressive. Take care of one step, get that step down, step to the bigger part.
sure.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
We're talking about the PIO officer. Get some of the television news media to cooperate with you and get them to make an announcement. As of this hour, this date, this time, a practice exercise has been announced for the ARES, American Rail Relay Group, M3 operators. To begin, a SET. This is the brief scenario. Contact your coordination section or your coordination people for further instructions. That simple, that one move, you incorporate the media, big points, and you get the message out to many of the people, especially if you incorporate the ability of a smartphone to handle messaging. You get on that system. You might even get the state to cooperate with you with their wide area emergency broadcast system. And initiate it that way. Whatever scenario you want to plan, initiate it that way, and you can incorporate a lot of your important points and hit some of your important points to start with.
Gerald's point was perhaps we kick this off with some involvement in local media. The only challenge with there is they tend to want to do everything at 4, 5, 6, and 10. And they generally want to do it as a story of what they saw. I would
Get the state emergency broadcast network to work with you. That comes over automatically with TV stations and all the smart.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting conversation to have with the state, but they're pretty restrictive with what they do and how they do it on that. And I honestly, candidly would be dumbfounded if they would do anything with that.
Mark, I've got to wait that we can get back on Galen's track. Tom Webb's got a suggestion that regardless of primary event includes simulated widespread power outages to force or test emergency power systems.
And I would think that perhaps in our scenario, it needs to involve, a crippling or damage to power and internet, just so it gives us the vehicle.
So that would be
the reason why
test messages.
Yeah, I would think in our scenario, whether it be ice storm, hacker, ransomware, whatever the reason, I'll leave it to y'all guys to come up with a reason, but it would need to affect those so we have the reason to actually use that.
That scenario, what comes to mind is your emergency manager contacts the team coordinator who gets the team together. And then in this case, you would need to have emergency communications between the EOC and the hospitals. That would be your, to my mind, primary thing, so that you know what supplies they need and what is available as far as beds.
And part of that, to his point, between the EOCs and the hospitals, you have to look at, okay, is that where the need is though? And the exercise. And I would think for us, I wouldn't worry about other entities at this point. I'd work on us being activated and us being able to do it.
Well, in our case, the emergency manager, depending on the event, it's either before, during, or after, contacts me, and then I get our team together. We're all hams, so we get on our ham radio, and unless they lost the repeater, in that case, we do simplex, and we've got the backup communications in order to find out what is needed and where it's needed.
Right. And that's more typical. His point was that at most of the events, somebody reaches out to an ARES team and says where your assistance is needed. They communicate and they're able to deploy from there. And that's pretty common in most of these activations. So, pick the type of disaster. And then from that point, you need to have an activation. When you look at the 2013 plan, everybody kind of take a look. One of the items in there is an ICS 205. That is your actual frequency plan, if you will. Get on that instead, have some. Probably carries them in his wallet, the small version in his book. It's a real simple document. Yep, Paul's got one that he already has for Tulsa County. In your local plan, you need to develop that. It's pretty much, there's only like 10,000 different examples online on how to fill one out. And it's one of those documents that it's pretty much, what are you going to use? Where are you going to use it? It's, if you have a commercial radio, it's usually a channel. What channel and what is that channel being used for? For us, it's generally frequencies or a repeater's frequencies. And what is it being used for? Is, this repeater that's on emergency power, the main repeater in town that everybody's using is the resource net to check in. And then you use a different repeater to talk to hospitals or wherever else. And I think on his list has even got the state HF frequencies.
Probably one of the things that we all need to do in our own areas is develop, not necessarily a 205, which is an event sheet, but the ICS 272, which is a list of all your resources.
Yep.
As Paul just got to do this week in the Oxcom class, was they had a 272 that says, okay, here's this repeater, list for all the resources, Samplex to HF as well. But that gives you when you have an event and you're going to then have to fill one of these out, which actually says, okay, we're going to use 14706 repeater for resource net. We're going to use the 145-410 for this. Then you've got all of your resources available. Okay, now that will work for this will work for that. So that's where you want to start.
Yep. Yeah, you've got to know what toys, what tools you have to use.
Also, on your repeaters, find out and know which ones have emergency power.
Always good to know. And that's usually, sometimes it's published, it's in a repeater directory. But when in doubt, find out who the actual owner of the repeater is and have a conversation with who's ever maintaining it.
Well, you're doing this for your own merit.
Right.
Hopefully
That's
you
what I'm saying.
Hopefully you already know. all
You
these
know,
people.
right. And that's why that really needs to be something that's done very, very, very local. I can't do it from Okmulgee. I have to look up in a book what repeaters Lawton has and then hope I can find it and go punch buttons. And, you know, it's just like when I asked Mark here, you know, what repeaters local? I'm having to look up online. He goes, 06. Like, 06 what? You know, 140, 440, what? You know, but again, locals talk local language. They know where their local resources are and, you know, probably know who maintains it and all that. Lee.
Well, we were talking about set earlier and also notification now. So many ways, you know, people are using their cell phones and do group broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what about an ARES notification to a club's operators or a section group or whatever of that, and utilizing that also as digital messaging?
Right. There's lots of vehicles out there. My wife can tell you my phone bings and bongs too much. Telegram is probably one of the commercially operated systems that work pretty good for doing that type of messaging. And you can have specific channels within there. You know, we use in ARES, how many folks here are on the ARES Oklahoma IO group?
Well, I thought I was.
Well, then go sign up. Go to aresok.org. There should be a link to the IO group. This is just for generally anybody that's not on there. When we were on the Yahoo group, then Yahoo decided just to dump everybody. Thank you very much. I guess they weren't making any money on that. So we went over to IO because it fits our budget. So we only have about 150 that are on there, even though we moved all the emails over and said, you're all are on there. Well, you have to go in and say, yes, I am, or you don't get the emails. And a lot of folks didn't take that second step or it got lost in their spam folders or whatever. So we're going to keep trying to get that message out there for folks on there to sign up and participate on that. But that's how I do that.
Back to Tom Webb's comment. Let's expand on that just a little bit. If we do a power outage,
right,
for whatever reason, you know, a fairly wide scale power outage, for the groups, for the local groups that don't already have a notification method of some sort, would it probably be an assumption that, so I'll pick our group here in Norman. We don't really have a notification, you know, a blast, anything. However, if we had something fairly wide scale power outage, would it be an assumption, local guys, that probably people start turning their radios on and therefore we could then go ahead and bring up a net locally?
Yeah, Galen's comment was during an event. You know, not everybody has an actual notification. A lot of us amateurs that have been doing it a while, just go turn the radio on when stuff like that starts happening. It's pretty typical what you see with the weather nets. You know, the cloud gets dark and starts getting noisy. Pretty much people start tuning into the weather net, and pretty soon a net control operator takes control, and it develops from there.
And then from once we have that part, then we have the activation piece or the who's here.
Yep.
So that we solve that.
Yeah, I would think, you know, some sort of
So then what's the next?
weather related event. Folks check into the resource net, and from that point, get any needed assignments or there, whether they're staying stationary in their homes or whatever they are. You know, our biggest partner in Oklahoma is Emergency Management, National Weather Service, Red Cross, sometimes Sal Army. Sal Army tends to be pretty independent. They just go out and hand out food. You know, show up with one of their very cool trucks and do things. They tend to not, you know, state will call them and tell them to go play, or city of Norman does, but a lot of times they're a little further down in the activation chain. Most of our stuff is, you know, weather and power related. So weather and power related emergency, everybody checks in and gets assignments and placements from there if they needed to, or at least is able to pass messages.
And maybe what we do when we check, assuming we're running a power related issue, people come on, we activate that, do check-ins. Maybe part of that check-in is how much emergency power do we have?
Yep.
I mean, that's something we all need to know.
Galen's comment is when folks check in is to do a little bit of an inventory, especially if this is a power related event, is do they have emergency power at home? And that, you know, in that kind of an event, putting that in the resource check-in, the net control operators asking that question would be a good thing. And that's something you,
For how long?
yeah, and for how long?
Yeah, I've got batteries, but my batteries don't last.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an example of one of the commercial operators bringing out portable cell towers with 4 hours of juice, with only 4 hours of fuel. The event lasted longer than that. And, you know, it's one of those interesting things. So.
This may be completely off one, but everybody keeps talking about a hardware failure, be it the system. It's not unknown that the hackers can take down the software. In other words, they can take down the resolver. So you can have all the power, blue sky, everything is perfect, except there's no .com resolver,
Right.
no .gov resolver. And suddenly it's like Facebook went down for what, 4 hours the other day. My wife, I thought she was going to go to the server.
Oh, by the way, amateur radio was working. I checked.
Government looks around and says, everything's fine except there's no com, or who can do com regardless of.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would think in our scenario somewhere there is a failure, be it power, connectivity, whatever. We establish our resources, and then we establish the ability to communicate. You know, both check in with locally your people and check in with things digitally too.
I've got two more resources for notifications, HyperReach or LPause, and I don't know either one of those.
Yeah, they're similar to Telegram, different animals.
Okay.
Yep. There's tons of stuff out there. But just based on my few days of doing this, most of our events, if they're somewhat community impacted, the first thing that happens is guys start kicking on the air. Just typically, you know, I mean, I remember, you know, the tornadoes driving up, you know, coming up 35 and coming up 44. Guys in Tulsa are swinging antennas around to point this direction to listen to what's going on, that kind of thing. So folks we have an event, weather, power, some related like that. Folks get checked into a resource net, and at that point, local ECs and DECs establish what's needed. Generally, most of the time, what's going to be needed for our kind of thing is some critical resource needs to communicate with another critical resource, and there's nothing in between. In our case, we can pick your local emergency management, your local firehouse, your local police, trying to communicate somewhere else. I'll have
maybe. So continuing to roll this on, and I'm just talking off the top of my head here. So,
and that's okay. That's what we're doing.
But once we've done our local activation net, resource net, determined our inventory, maybe at that point, our EC reports up, start reporting up the line. To whom? The county EC, the district, the region, to.
Maybe so. What we have done in the past is your local stuff is happening VHF, UHF, and then we use the statewide stuff on HF. And at least communicate needs across HF. And that may be another way to communicate needs digitally and focus on, instead of doing things twice, try and push the messages via Winlink, that Tulsa's activated and they're doing this and they're sending the message to, one of the mailboxes, either one of our district mailboxes, and they share it with me and Mark, just as a contact point. And pretty much for this exercise, we just acknowledge it.
And maybe for the local part, before they do that, maybe they also make some sort of contact with their local emergency managers.
Yeah.
And report that up the line as well.
Yeah.
I would think similar to their state.
Yeah.
At that point,
If some means they should get it.
Yeah,
well, but you're assuming the state's not fine.
Well, if it's a major.
Lester will.
they should be good.
That's
Yeah.
that's for purposes of the exercise.
Yeah.
And probably, honestly, they probably will. Because
Yeah.
their guys that are doing comms now are all hands. So.
Right. They've participated.
One of them, ComHealth trainee.
Right. They've participated before. When we've done acknowledged messages in and out, and I'll have a conversation with Lester.
But again, all disasters are local. So.
Yeah.
Someone like these here, somebody should report to the state.
Lee or Bill or whoever locally is going to be talking to the EM whose facility we're in. Hopefully they're talking to me too.
Yeah.
Since I'm.
One of the things we haven't really touched on much is the interaction with National Weather Service. They depend on us quite a bit. I know I'm on NWS chat. I know Galen is.
Oh, yeah.
Mark is, because we get reports from all different places, but the Weather Service, can't really say a lot of things have happened until they have eyes on.
Yeah. I'll have a conversation with, Lee was talking about the Weather Service and they're participating because we do interact with a lot with them, amateur radio in general, not necessarily just ARES. I'll have a conversation with Ed in Tulsa and Rick here in Norman. There are times they've wanted to participate and there's other times their calendar is so full that they've gone, just put me down and I helped and move on.
They may not be able to participate
Right
now because a lot of their operations are not in the office.
Right. Yeah, they're doing stuff remotely. Right. So that's why it'll be a guys, do you want to and can you? And they may be another vehicle to shoot digital messages to. But again, Winlink can interact with a regular email too.
That's just it, when, like if I'm running a net here, then I will turn over to the computer and put something in NWS chat. Then I just received that I got, baseball size hail at this location. I give it to them and that helps them.
Right. I know from experience, just references, Tulsa's WeatherNet was generally all remote the last year. The net control operators were operating out of their house, looking at a computer screen with local radar, getting information back and forth to the office via NWS chat or even other methods. But it was just flexibility. It's the biggest thing we always bring to a party. It's doesn't matter the emergency, the disaster, whatever we're doing, whether it's helping on a parade, the biggest thing is. So I think the takeaway from this is, some event that we do, we'll put out some information that, ECs need to look at their resources and look real hard at what they've got, what their capabilities are there, what systems they've got on are available on emergency power, and, you know, look at their ability to send stuff via Winlink, whether it's the Winlink Express now, is that the right word? Not RMS Express. Yeah, that's what I get for, you know, anyway, using that, and that one works pretty good. You can do that on your laptop at home. And then there's other systems. Mark's going to have that thing on the November 6th. You're going to put that paper on air. Okay. So that'll be on aresok.org. It'll have all the information on NTS Winlink and some of the simple and easy ways to actually communicate. So goals, I would think, is everybody, this year I would work on activation and work on being able to transmit and receive messages over Winlink. So we can do that. I think if we keep it simple and work on the evacuation mode and people being able to get online and get as many people being able to do things digitally, especially at least a central point on the team, be a team of 2 or a team of 1 or a team of 20, I don't care. But the teams have that capability, I think, is really important. And then being able to connect that capability with a partner is even a larger bonus. You know, being able to contact, do a Winlink message between your local EOC and you at your house, or you in your car, or whatever. Paul.
I'll just add one more thing about our plan for what we're doing in Tulsa, and I spoke to Mike about this for Creek County. It's not going to be, anything that's going to happen is probably not limited to one county. It's going to spread. So our plan is to work a multi-county interoperability plan. Even though we'll have our own communications 205 and everything for Tulsa County, there is a broader plan for multiple counties to work together, exchanging messages, traffic going back and forth, digital and voice. So that's what our plan is for our area.
Yeah.
We could call it a super district.
Well, yeah, think district. Think district in these exercises. Right, yours is, because yours is the region. But
yeah. But it's just the counties that touch Tulsa or Collier County will get involved, and that's the way we did it last time, and we'll probably just do that again.
yep. Well, cool. Oh, hey, we're doing things. Was that you doing things? It's connecting, doing things.
There's our hackers killed computers.
Yes, it's time to go home.
You just shut off. You didn't pay your internet bill.
Is that what it was?
Wasn't the host that did that? Might have been the co-host. Can't trust him.
Not really. Oh yeah, we've had that with WebEOC, where it's like, okay, everybody go home. So we'll kind of work on that, Paul. You and I can chat a little online and exchange some notes back. I'd still like to see a couple folks raise their hand and get involved in actually putting together a document, because having that document handy is really good, gives everybody an understanding. But would really like to see participation all across the section, our section in our state, the same thing here in Oklahoma. But you know, we're not like Texas, where they got what, 3 sections within the state? 3 sections within the state. As soon as they got all them people down there. But a few more folks. Any other questions, comments, Jeff? Okay. Jeff, Paul, that's 2. So anyone else? We'll just pick people. I've done that before. So, well, good. I hope this has been helpful. Any other questions in general on ARES or anything we've covered? All right. Well, it's the big point of this is up to you all and your towns, your communities. You know, the structure's there, the paperwork's there. look around at your neighbors. If you're an EC and the counties next to you don't have coverage and you don't really have a DEC, start thinking real hard about being DEC before I just start appointing people. Send you an email. Hi, congratulations. You know, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So in the last year, we've lost 2 key members of our ARES leadership team, our Northeast Regional and our Southwest Regional. These 2 were the kind of guys that 3 in the morning I call, they answer the phone. Hard workers, big heart, incredibly hard to replace. They are truly missed. And I just thought it would be appropriate to mention both Johnny and Stephen. They were big parts of helping ARES grow from 100 people to 857. And they both put in a boatload of work over the last 5-10 years. And they will truly be missed. So I just thought we'd make sure that everybody knows that they're SK, and the other part of that is I'll be hunting for new guinea pigs. I mean, new leadership there in those roles. Okay.
Speaking of disasters, if you haven't seen the halftime scores, Kansas 10, OU 0.
What? Against Kansas? 10-0.
One thing that I do, for myself, just to try to learn it better, is when I finished up the Oxcom course years ago.
Hey, go quiet. Real quiet. Too quiet. Actually, that's not true, but.
I don't know who did this, but that I'm sure glad about it.
The meeting?
No, the
muting?
No, the screen, changing it the way it was shown.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ben Joplin, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Your Pacifica comments caught my attention. What year is yours?
We have an 18.
Is that after they switched?
What do you mean?
Well, the Pacifica used to be different from the rest of the Chrysler vans, and now it's just another one of the Chrysler vans.
Well, when we went to the lot, it was one of the selections on the lot.
Okay.
So.
But you like it?
Oh, love it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's really nice. Got everything in it. And we found one that's all blacked out. We paid extra to get all the chrome taken off of it.
The S, yeah. It's funny you mentioned that because I find that the new ones have too much chrome on them.
Yeah, the S, and everybody tells my wife she looks like she's one of these FBI cars or something because it came all darked out, all black.
A friend at work bought one, and I like it, and I saw it, but I thought, it's not 1958. We don't need this much chrome.
Right.
You really don't.
Well, I had a 2013 F-150 that I bought new, and then on July 13th, I totaled it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And, I thought I got a decent check from the insurance company.
So you went to look at new ones.
Try to find a replacement.
Yep.
I can't find a 13 for the same money.
Yep.
It had 140,000 miles on it. But I have been looking around at the Chrysler vans because I like her so much. But I can't find an S older than 18.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh. No problems with because Chrysler, as I'm sure you know, has a less than stellar reputation
Right.
But since they merged with pretty much everyone in Europe, are they better now or?
Well, we've had zero, well, she's only driven at 20,000 miles.
It's more than I've driven in 2 years.
Is it?
Yeah.
We live out in the country now, and with COVID and everything going on, she's had her shots and my son's had his shots, but I'm allergic to all of it and I can't have any of the shots. I can't even have the follow-up stuff.
Ooh.
So we don't really go anywhere. And since I don't have
No.
a truck, we get 2 months to the gallon now.
Excellent.
But no,
Very good.
comes with it. The only issue I had when we bought it was they gave me a really nice little portable air pump,
Ooh.
but no spare tire.
Ooh.
They had a place for it,
Ooh.
but they didn't. But those were extra, and they ended up. We talked a lot about it, and they ended up giving me one at dealer cost. And then I checked out on eBay, and I could have gotten a better deal.
That's interesting.
Other than that, we really like it. It's got plenty of room in it. It's real easy to put the seats and stuff down. You know, we've had Dodge vans. She's had several vans over the years, and this by far is the most user friendly.
Okay.
I like the little the shifting as a dial on the dash.
Okay.
Instead of pulling the lever up and down and so on, it has more room. It's the inside of it's built for ham radio, just about.
Yeah, I've looked in my coworkers and I saw that little thing by the console and I thought, yeah, that's going to get filled right up with radios.
Right. The only thing that I looked around on it real close because I was running 5 radios. I ran 3 ICOM 2720s, an ICOM 706 Mark II-G, and a something 20 or 220. And all the antennas will have to mount on the top. There's a lot of plastic on the back of that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking about lip mount stuff on the trunk lid and so on.
Yeah, no.
But they do have a good upper rack for mounting stuff on.
I've had NMO size holes in my cars for 20 years, so I ain't afraid to drill a real hole.
I haven't done that. My issue is getting into parking lots. Underground.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
With my truck, I built put a system on there, and I used it was a motor that opened the window on a 2000 Mustang to my antennas would sit like this being and they did this. This was an array for all my regular antennas, and this was my screwdriver antenna, and they did this.
Very nice.
How do I, I've looked at the top of her car and I'm trying to figure out how do I take this off the back of my truck and put it on the top of her car. Or maybe take and put the array for the smaller antennas up there and then take the one in the back with a different motor and do this. So down on the back. And it will do that. It'll lay across there just fine and not catch somebody walking by the truck.
Yeah, you don't want that.
But there's a lot of plastic there.
The plug-in hybrid is attractive to me because they advertise a 32-mile range on the battery, and it's a regular hybrid. It's got a V6 in it, but at that 32-mile range,
32 miles.
Yeah, of battery only. With the fact that it's plug-in, it's 11 and a half miles for me to work. So I'm beyond battery 95% of the time.
If I go to the doctor in Tulsa, if I'm 13 miles north of Tulsa, I'm 7 miles from downtown Skytip to the Walmart and so on. So a lot of I could go down and back to work to there if I plugged in every time.
Yep.
First time I had to go for a cancer check. I've had cancer 3 times. And first time I had to go for a cancer checkup, I can't even hardly make it out there. So the Prius and those where they have the combination. Now with the hybrid, doesn't it have a gas motor in it too?
Oh yeah, it's got a V6 in it, but it's a plug-in hybrid. So you go 32 miles and the motor never turns on. And if you get back home in those 32 miles and plug it back in again, gas motor never comes on.
Okay.
But as soon as you hit 32 miles, gas motor comes on. So you can take it on trips. It's fine.
Right.
That's what attracted me to that particular vehicle. And you telling me how much fun you're having with the Pacifica is just making me want to go down to the store today. But
Well, I've had a lot of different cars and I've switched, from that. I love that truck. I was just absolutely
yeah, sure.
stopped in front of me and I took out 4 cars.
Oh, wow.
But I really like the truck and really, really, really miss it. But this Pacifica is fun to drive. It's got front wheel drive.
Right.
And if you're not careful, you can spin those tires.
Yeah.
So we've had other Dodge vans and different vans and so on. So if I could pick a Pacifica up for the right money, I'd probably try to do that.
Yeah,
out of the town and country. It's built inside. Also, I run a laptop computer inside.
Okay.
I'm looking at how do you mount the laptop, and I'm looking. I have a deal set up for it that set down into cup holders.
Right.
On the truck, and it sat right there on my console and was perfect.
Right.
I'm having a real problem finding another vehicle other than a F-150 that has the same layout inside.
Same layout. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that you said it's built for radios. That's good to hear. That just makes me more excited about it. There's only 2 of us and 3 little doggies. And so this will see a lot of dog transport duty. And I expect to take that middle row of seats out and just store them somewhere. So.
Oh, okay. Well, they drop and disappear.
Not in the hybrid. In the hybrid, that's where the battery is.
Oh, batteries down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they come out, so it's fine. Yeah, I like that drop into the floor thing. That's pretty cool.
Because I was thinking of putting, I had a deal that stretched almost all the way under the back seat of my car with all the radios. And then all my control heads and so on were on the dash.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a place for that. And I was thinking I could maybe stick it under one of those seats.
There you go.
But then I can't put that seat down.
Yeah, also true.
But yeah, it's handy. And I have hauled 12-foot pieces of wood in it.
Very good.
No, I'm sorry, 10-foot pieces of PVC. I laid some electrical stuff the other day. 10-foot PVC will fit inside the back door up against, they'll go through the console.
Sure. Yeah.
I am so sorry to interrupt.
No, you go right ahead.
This is an urgent news bulletin. At the half, KU leads the Sooners 10-0.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Really?
Is that legal?
KU leads the Sooners. Well, OSU.
That's our Oklahoma Sooners that KU is playing.
As opposed to the other ones.
I went to UCO, and the rest of the family I married into are all OSU graduates or converts, and so we bleed orange around here. I don't even know how. I was a night student at UCO, so I don't know. I started there in 68, 69 as a night student and graduated, and it was Central State at the time, changed to Central State University when I graduated in 73. And then it went to UCO. I don't even know how they're doing, but we got to watch the game at 2:30. I don't even know who they play today, but I was told I'm going to watch the game. Oh, anybody that's used a Tar Heel screwdriver antenna for portable, putting it on a tripod and using it out in the field?
I have not. No.
Anybody?
Guys do that with ham sticks all the time, but that's not what you're asking about.
I've seen it done, but I have not done it myself.
You'd have to have some ground plane, wouldn't you?
I would think.
I would think so. was hoping my tripod would work.
Well, you could put the tripod and then put a flat plate like a road sign or something, like a stop sign, and then put the screwdriver on top of that, couldn't you?
I might do that. They got one at the end of my road. I might try it.
Yeah,
Well, you might
ODOT
borrow.
distributes those, so.
Somebody, believe it or not, somebody knocked that sign down, had a sign on a road sign. They took the road sign marker and the stop sign. Disappeared with it.
Yeah, them kids will do that. But you might put a sign, if you go down there, you might put a sign on it that says, I just borrowed it.
Right. You think just driving a good metal stake in the ground for grounding would work?
Seems like everybody lays out wires, no matter what kind of antenna.
Lay out a whole bunch of wires.
Yeah, it kind of takes the fun out of it, doesn't it?
Right. And if I go with the van, I might not put the ICOM 706 back in there. I might try to make a go box out of it or something. But then I've got this screwdriver antenna, and I hate to give it up. Anyway, look at I haven't looked at the hybrids. I haven't looked at anything that's a hybrid.
Well,
I've been looking at is 13s, 14s, 15s, some 17s, trucks and vans and stuff.
I don't know when the hybrid version of the Pacifica started. I know it goes back to at least 19, but I don't know how far back it goes for that. And like I said, it's the plug-in part that attracts me, because given my driving style and what I do, I'm going to be on electric almost all the time. And my co-op, the co-op that I'm in has an EV rate, which gives me cheap electricity from midnight. I think it's midnight to 6 a.m. or something. So
you have to charge it. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard some horror stories though about the noise that those generate.
Well, yeah. So that's a consideration, right? I have a 705 now, and I will take that with me if it gets to the point of a test drive. Believe me, I'll take my 705 with me and take a listen across all the bands. So, because there's a lot of sophisticated power electronics in there. So,
as somebody who drives 142 miles every day, I'm very interested in your outcome.
Wow. Our neighbor, well, they were our neighbor. They just moved back to Louisiana. She sent us an email. She has a GMC, a Cadillac Escalade.
Okay. The
gallons in it down in Louisiana cost her $84.
She put how many gallons in?
25.6 or something like that. Wherever they're living, and it cost $84.
When I filled up our diesel cargo van recently, it cost me $73.
Wow. But you get twice as many miles, right?
In that cargo van, I get about 24 miles a gallon.
Okay.
It's not bad for a van.
If for an extended high top.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to my daily driver, the 2013 Charger V6, which gets 30 right now.
Wow, that's not bad either.
And that was still 50. I go through about a tank and a half a week, and it was $54 to fill last time.
Wow. Well, my stepdaughter and I guess he'd be a stepson-in-law have got Volkswagen somethings, and they get 40 to 46. He's got one of them that Volkswagen lied about the
diesel.
Said bring it in and fix it. He never took it back. He's still getting the 46. And he drives a long ways every day too. So, but she works from home now, so she gets several months to the gallon.
Yeah, I'm remote 3 days out of 5. So, but even so, 30 miles, man, if that 30 miles on the battery is accurate, I'll almost never use gasoline, which
Right.
suits me.
I have a coworker who has one of the hybrid combo vehicles, like you're saying, and it's the 32 miles before the engine kicks in. And he says that he gets an average about 27 before it kicks in.
Oh, as opposed to 30.
Yeah.
Your mileage may vary, right?
Exactly. Depends on where you're driving. I mean, he's coming from Norman to Hobby Lobby corporate.
Okay.
I used to live in Bethany, worked out down 53rd South in Portland. It used to be Honeywell.
Okay.
And then I drove from Bethany to Honeywell to Edmond to home every day.
I drive from Prague to the airport, OKC airport, every day.
Oh, wow.
That's a long drive, man.
When I was doing it, Edmond only had a 2-lane road. There was a dirt road that ran parallel with it for a long ways, and a bunch of us would run up there ahead of the, or never would have made it to class on time. So you gonna run out and buy one?
No, not today. No, it'll be probably closer to the new year. I assume, I don't know, but I assume they're not going to have very many leftover 2021s once the 2022s arrive, but I don't know that. I don't know. We'll see. They're not, the brand new ones are not cheap, even with this. I think you can still get the $7,500 tax credit. Even with that, they're still not cheap. Car prices are, if you only buy a car every 10, 12 years, which is me, every time you go to buy one, it's like, you want how much?
Well, they want more. They want almost as much for my 13 truck as I paid for it when it was new.
Yeah, I've heard that that's the way it is these days.
Truck prices, yeah.
Well, and it's an F-150, right? I mean, you can't go wrong with that. Even if you're not a Ford guy, I'm not a Ford guy, but it's an F-150. They know how to make those. They've been making them for 125 years.
Right. I had 141,000 on it, and I never had to take it for a tune-up. I got a nephew that worked at as a Ford dealership, and I take it over there, and he said, "You don't need anything done to this truck." I had a issue with the brakes squeaking, rear brakes squeaking when it backed up, and about 2 months before I wrecked it, I paid $500 to get that fixed. But and Ford, by the way, Ford will tell you there's not an issue with the brake squeaking when the F-150s back up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
If you looked on the internet, there's thousands of user groups that are complaining about it. And Ford says, no, we never heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, oh, by the way, it was pretty noisy. I had to go around and ground everything.
Really?
All right. Yeah, nothing. The bed wasn't tied to anything, I don't think.
Interesting.
I put miles of grounding straps on that thing.
And did that work?
And yeah, the engine was pretty. I had to go around and put grounding straps on the engine to get noise back out of it. And one of the issues for some of them, and I got real lucky, was the fuel pumps in the tank. And they grounded it. Where did they ground it? They ran a ground wire something all the way back by the battery for it. And that was an antenna, and it was just broadcasting all this noise off the fuel pump. And people were, when I saw on the internet, were taking and putting sheets of metal between the tank and the body of the truck. They were going in and trying to re-ground it and all kinds of issues. I got
crazy.
So where do you guys live?
I'm in Norman.
You're in Norman? Okay.
Yeah.
Just outside Prague.
In fact, I live out by Mark. Mark and I both live out in the eastern part of Norman, south of the lake.
My first father-in-law lived 2 blocks from the OU campus.
Nice neighborhood
on the north side. And every time he hated the games, he went.
Oh yeah.
He hated the games because everybody came and
Parked in his neighborhood.
parked in those neighborhoods, and he had
Mhm.
people bold that just drove up in his yard and got out and left. Didn't even say hi to him.
Wow.
And you didn't dare try to go through that town. Well, you know, but it's like,
Yeah, oh, I know exactly what it's like.
he finally narrowed it down to one guy that he let park in his driveway because the guy asked him one day, can I pay to park in your driveway? And he said, no, but you can park in it for free.
Wow.
Because the guy was nice enough to ask, but all these other people, man, it was a mess.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben,
Yes.
what's your call sign?
Whiskey, Bravo 5, Victor, Sierra, Tango.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. What am
You,
am I on a
did you
list?
want, say again?
Am I on a wanted list now or something?
Oh, no. Well, did you want to sell that screwdriver?
Not yet. I still have the rate. I have 2 706s, and one of them I've got on a antenna outside the house and one in the car. I might want to keep it because it's going to be too expensive to replace. Haven't decided.
I recall reading something or seeing something. I can't remember if it was a YouTube deal or an article either in CQ or QST about taking a screwdriver and mounting it on the side of a house and using it for a base antenna.
I thought I'd heard something about that, but not much. I haven't thought about that.
Well, it didn't cross my mind much, but and that's why I can't remember where it's at. So
are you having to hide your antenna?
no, I'm out here in the country, so I got 40 acres here. I can put an antenna up on. So
yeah, I'm on 5 and it's zoned cow. It was farmland and was never rezoned or anything else when we got it.
yeah. Well, my closest neighbor is probably a quarter of a mile away. So
wow. So we had 10. When we moved out here, we had 10. We had 2.5, and then we bought 2.5 more, and then we bought 5 more, and lived in it. And then we sold half of that off and moved to the other half. So I'm on 5 now. And I moved 200 feet.
Yeah.
One front door to the other. So yeah, we can put anything we want up out here. Anything my wife will, okay.
Well, that's yeah.
Yeah, well, my wife does some of the mowing and the trimming, and I have to get it approved because she don't want to have to trim around it or mow around it. So
right. In my other house, my tower was 100 feet from the house, and I ran hardline, 6 runs of hardline out there to it because it was about a 40-foot tower. And now with the new house, my antenna is mounted to the house. Actually, it's a house with an attached 40 by 40 barn, and it's attached to the barn.
you run it underground, did you?
I ran it, well, when I had the other house, I ran everything through 4-inch PVC underground.
Yeah.
When I built the house, I had them put a 4-inch pipe in the wall because it was brick into my office. So I had it easy in and out. And here, the new house is it's stick built, but it's all metal outside, metal roof.
Yeah.
And the attached barn is a pole barn, and it's all metal, and then it's all spray foam all the way around.
Yeah.
So our bills are easy on us, and I don't have to walk 100 feet now to the barn anymore. I just walk through the door.
Yeah. that helps on winter nights or winter days. So
Yeah, we got a 2-car garage, and then we got the house, the garage, and then the barn.
well, that's neat. So
And plenty of room for antennas. And I do all the mowing and stuff now too. So, but there's nothing in the way out there.
yeah. Well, I got a right now. I got a tower here next to the house, and then I got an antenna on a tripod out in the front yard for VHF, and then I've got out farther out in the yard. I got a double bazooka for 40 meters. So
Well, I got a G5 RV, and then I've got a tri-band for UHF, VHF, and 220, and a little 2-meter 440 beam, and I run APRS here a lot, so I got an antenna up for it, a radio for it. I probably got 5 or 6 antennas up on that thing. It's 40-foot Ron
25.
25.
Yeah.
It's bolted to it's got a lot of stuff in the ground, and it's bolted to the side of the barn at 16 feet.
Well, that's towers got a concrete base in the ground, and then it's bolted to the side of the house. So it's 55 or 60 foot, I think.
Well, I got lucky with mine. I had an old tower that I moved, and the guys here were looking for a internet downlink for one of their repeaters, 220, for the 220 link. And I had a short shot to a tower that they were on. They came out and looked at my tower, my old tower, and said, well, no, we really don't like that tower. So they brought me another one. This was the ham rescue group that Johnny started. And then since I was going to 220, they brought out a tri-band antenna. I really made out, and they put it all up. All I had to do was watch. I had to get the hole dug, and the contractor dug the hole with a backhoe, so I didn't have to do a whole lot. But I give them internet. Get that so that one repeater's on their link.
Yeah.
I'll give you my address. They come put up one for me. That'd be fine.
I don't know where they came up with all this stuff, but they took care of it, and I really appreciated it because they did a really nice install. W5RAB, I don't know if you know him, Bob Buford. He was heading up that project, and so anyway, well, I'm gonna have to go do lunch.
Yeah. Mark has disappeared. Like he's probably holding I'm trying to look at the other. Yeah, it looks like he's holding court there. That's not a surprise if you've met Mr. Klein. But I am actually
How
host.
does he get around Mr. Mark?
Huh?
How does he get around Mr. Conklin?
You know, I've not met Mark, the other Mark Conklin, and I think today is the first time I've heard him speak, and it was good. And yeah, I don't have an answer for your question because I can see exactly what you're hinting at. And that's another Mark right there in the blue shirt. Name's Mark too.
Okay,
I have noticed there are a lot of Marks in this club.
Yeah, there are.
Hate to run, but you guys have a good day.
Hey, thanks for the info on the truck too, on the van.
You're welcome. Shoot me a.
I've got your call sign there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you do it to ARRES, it'll forward to my regular AOL one.
Very good. Very good. Speaking of Marks, there's one right there.
On there.
Mark, we're going to hang up now. Oh, God. We're going to hang up, Mark. You're muted. It's a computer. Do you know how to work it? Can you work it okay? I guess that means he's hanging up.
All right. Well, I guess I'll
All right,
go.
guys.